The Ground Report with Mickie K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Bang, bang, bang.
The Ground Report with Mickie K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith. Report with Mickie K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. A pleasant good morning to you all. Nice, I see who's the early birds, man. I hope it's a different vibes this today. Friday. Yesterday was a glim day. But remember when one day you're down, the next day you must be up, eh? Have to be, bound to be. Don't let mischief and mischief makers get to you, the people. You have to stay strong. Build back our country. We all know the PNM strategy will always be race baiting, and they will never stop at that. At the end of the day, whether we Indian, African, Chinese, we are all Trinbagonians.
Bang, bang, bang.
The Ground Report with Mickie K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Hey Anthony, a pleasant good morning to you. Who's the first one? Sheldon Roach. Second, hey Wendy and John. Sheldon Roach is the first one on Facebook. So Anthony first. YouTube, Sheldon Roach. Second of Facebook, Wendy and John. Second on YouTube, Janelle. Third on YouTube, Yo Brady, Bunch. Hey, fourth, Reynald, good morning to you. Carmen, you're third on Facebook. Alright, a pleasant good morning to you, Hanifa, Afrina, Afriza, D. Mohammed, a pleasant good morning to you, Stefan. Hey, Nathaniel, good morning, Angela. Afriza, D. Mohammed. When your guys pronounce it good, you must always send a message if you may have voice now. I'll make sure. So, man, a pleasant good morning to you. Wendy and John, I already tell you morning. Lucky Lal, good morning to you. Anthony Medford, good morning to you. Hey, Donald Lachman, good morning. Lucky Lal, I tell you morning already. Trini Nairo, good morning. Sukhai, good morning. Cindy Mohan. Anthony, I tell you morning. Hey, Gobin. good morning to you. Mentor, good morning. Sharon Rampasad, good morning to you. Pundit Ram Maraj, good morning to you. Rajin, out there in Orlando, a pleasant good morning to you. Dorat Mohan, good morning. Edwin, good morning to you. Biznat Pasada, good morning. Desmond Hines, good morning. Abu John, good morning. Kenrick Pasad, good morning to you. Where are you at? Where are you at? Esther Smith, good morning to you. Hey, Princess Stone, good morning. Thanks so much for locking on early. Let's guide this ship stable this morning. Okay? Earliest bird suckers the sweetest flower. I feel it's a lateness yesterday. Demons take over. Allison Smart, a pleasant good morning to you. Janelle, I tell you morning already, eh? Samantha, Edwin, all of you. Damian. Anton, Vincent, a good morning, Sunil. Afrina Mohammed, a pleasant good morning to you. Saroda Mohammed, good morning to you. Samuel, good morning, Samuel. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. That what we talking about.
Amazing grace, how sweet the time that saved.
Hey, Dennis, a pleasant good morning to you.
Like me.
Hey, let me say a pleasant good morning to Dennis. Dana, good morning.
Was the last
Evan.
now and
Hey, Felix, sir.
but now
Your program going good, my brother. Keep it up, Felix. You're all brothers in this.
grace that
Hey, Ramana, a pleasant good morning to you. Oh boy, Rambo Ali, good morning.
is my free.
Maria, Kalicharan, a pleasant good morning to you, Judy. Hey, Donna, Lewis, good morning. Rural Passad, Premier Lucky, good morning. Chris, Mahabio, good morning to you. That's what we talking about, Felix. Jan, Dots, Saran, good morning to you. Hey, Denver Mohan, a pleasant good morning, my brother. You all see the pitbull very early today, eh? I don't like that yesterday vibes. Oh God, boy. All the PNM Jambi take over the program yesterday. But we shaking the place early. Semantics, 62, good morning. Oh boy, and Miriam, and you're early. A pleasant good morning to you. Hey, Princess Song, I don't tell you morning. Portra, John Charles, good morning to you. Carmen, I tell you morning already. Rambo Ali, good morning. I don't already tell you. Nadira, good morning to you. Nice. Peter, good morning to you. Apple Sammy, good morning. Hey, do that, Mohan. I tell all of you morning. Right, let me go to the WhatsApp and see forget Natasha Wells. I now see you there. Good morning to you. If I run back on you, I see people are missing. We're on different platform. It might come up a little earlier. So let me make a quick run back there. Nice, so I ain't miss nobody, man. Look at make the run back. Who ain't get through this morning? Oh boy, I want to start early. We'll have to get through on next day, eh? Yes, Esther Smith. Hey, Tobago! Mother Bernie, all of you! Silver Fox, all of you! Miss Green, all of you! A pleasant good morning! Oh, don't forget Gobin, Mr. Gobin, good morning! Mentor, I don't tell you morning! And I'm going to send my brother Mikey K a pleasant good morning to you, my brother. Hope you're feeling better.
You be forever. You be forever.
You ready, bunch? I don't tell you morning already, eh? Nice, I come back to the top. Balraj, all of you. Let's start earlier. No, yesterday, Jambi. Have patience. No crying. And I really don't want to hear about what you call that girl again? Him not girl, that's a boy. I don't know about Martha.
Amazing grace, how sweet.
Take it in.
That saved the way.
Listen. Tune boy.
Bang, 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 bang.
Was blood, but now how sweet. Trust grace that taught my heart to feel.
Maria Calicharana, I don't tell you morning already. Who I miss? Time for me to go in the phone. Let me see. Yes, Chris. Mabio. Oh boy. That's what's up. Hey, when I said Denver, I was supposed to say, Mr. My phone died yesterday talking to my pastor, counselor. Darrell Mohan. Good morning to you, my brother. Where there is a will, there is a way. And those the evil ones among you, among us, we just have to pray for them and be smarter than them. Almighty God, make we smart people. People don't watch the genuinity, and good people, they always love the people that not good at all. It is what it is, Elizabeth Lamb. A pleasant good morning to you. Michael Scotland, good morning. Edwin, good morning to you. Rupert Lal. Ishmael Khan, a pleasant good morning. Just School. Plenty of you all now join, but that's nothing better late than never. Hey, Paul Daniel saying you already was there. Rather, a good morning to you. This man can't say people no drinking and driving. The life you might save, that is that of your own. When you type in people, maybe see you put AFF. I off. Oh boy. Endure. Jack Dio, pleasant good morning to you. Nice. Big Ram, good morning. Tennessee Paul, Journey, a pleasant good morning to you. Krishna, a pleasant good morning. Devon Maraj, a pleasant good morning. Hey, Donna Raina, Ram Prasad, good morning. Mina Prasad, good morning. Mina Steiner, out there to a pleasant good morning. Dan Harilal, Ramesh. All of you, you're all better late than never. The pitbull start early, exactly 6 o'clock this morning. And show my face. Jody, June, good morning to the Mika Balkaran. Yes. Royal, good morning, Philip. Good morning, Fat Boy. I'm a boy. Good morning to you. Rohan Prasad, good morning. Jagrup, good morning. And our Munsami. That's my girl, a pleasant good morning to you. Trincia, good morning to you. Peggy, yes, Peggy Ann. Joa, good morning to you. Let me take in that one once more. Time to start the program. No bad vibes this morning. Right? Audrey, Green. Grenades, a pleasant good morning to you, Audrey.
Bang, 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 bang.
Take it in, y'all. Take it in. And let's get this program up and running. Don't let Martha and them vibes come on this program ever again. It touched me too. I don't like it. I don't like that kind of... because the PNM stink, the dirty, the wicked. Janet Singh, call it in. You're late. Sally, you're late. Why are you late? There's a serious morning. Let's say this one more prayer. And let's get in and get down to business.
Amazing grace, I see the time that saved.
Then the other. I'm there, you're late.
I was the last, but now every found was blood, but now
who are Miss Old Baby? My baby, a pleasant good morning to you. Teacher Balmain, good morning to you. Video in Vancouver, a pleasant good morning.
and grace, my
Noel Brown, Gita Brown, A&A doubles and OT. Kevon, Sunny, all of you, good morning. Time and Talk, a pleasant good morning to you. Margaret, good morning. Ramdas, good morning. Hey Sherry, good morning. Nice, no bad vibes this morning. Let's go with the flow. Today we up, but remember we are fighters. We never stay down for long. We are human. We will be hurt. Half a hurt of many of us with this racial, nasty, wicked statement. The opposition, when back then there was an opposition, this government, UNC, could have come with those kind of stupid talk, but they never did because they understand that there's things they cannot, because they're not under that racialness. Balroop, where are you, my brother? Well, let's see the vibes I come with. Benjamin, a pleasant good morning. Chandra, you see those vibes I come with? Deborah, Chat, good morning to you. Hey Jamal, good morning to you. Rampasad. Hey Sabran Ghani, a pleasant good morning to you. Carol, good morning. Wanna keep those vibes, eh? Keep those vibes. Tom, Ford. Make sure they keep these vibes. Hey, Don Lopez.
Bang, bang, bang.
Talking about. We need him, we need him, we need him.
The Ground Report with Mickie K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Bring down the power of love, I say. Bring down the power. Bring down love, I say.
Bang, bang, bang.
Stop hell and damnation. Bring down the power. Love to heal our nation. Is the greatest power.
Han Brown, good morning to you. Hey Tara and Daniel, a pleasant good morning to you. Hold on. Have some patience. We all will be all right. And don't get yourself involved in that nasty racial composition at this point in time by the PNM through Marva.
And now the earth is a trembling with man's oppression of man. Now the time.
Hey, Dennis the Menace. Good morning to you.
What's life?
I'll go get for the young lady outside. Here on the doubles, good morning to you.
Not strive.
Small, good morning to you.
Love, I say. The love, I say, is the greatest power. Stop hell and damnation.
Hi, Anthony's, good morning.
Love to heal and nation.
Gabriel James, good morning to you. Ann Jackman, good morning. I don't tell Ann Brown, good morning. Ann Jackman, good morning. Nazali, a pleasant good morning to you. Lawrence, good morning. That's Sita Hall. Sita Hall, in fact. Marla, good morning. Kevin George, a pleasant good morning to you.
Put a hand from the fire.
Angela, Lochan, good morning. Joyce Rambach. What's up? You all are late this morning.
All of them who does worship, greed and vanity.
Masbow. We're bringing out the power of love.
Unity.
Hey, Farmer Ken, Farmer.
Come together.
Unity is strength. Don't let Marva them where they nasty racial, the PNM. Don't say Marva alone is the PNM. The PNM is the problem. They destroy this country. They're in opposition and they continue to. Bring down the power.
Love to heal a nation.
Hey, so George is saying good morning. Timothy Roberts, a pleasant good morning to you. But Drum John, I tell you morning already. Matilda.
So rejoice in a rhythm of celebration. Come on.
And Maria Amen, up morning.
Lift your voice with a
Matilda Rhodes, good morning.
satisfaction.
Tennessee Paul, I tell you on journey morning already, man. All later.
And then we move with a purpose, all freedom lovers. Hold tight.
I'm missing somebody there, you know. Somebody else is a trio. I just remember trios, you know.
Our place with one direction inside. Bring down the bomb, love, I say.
Palo, July, Survivor, good morning to you.
The greatest powers of hell and damnation. Bring down the power.
Makani, a pleasant good morning to you. Lenora, come about, a pleasant good morning to you. I won't forget Miss Lorna. Good morning, Miss Lawrence. Sudali, good morning to you. Michael.
Bring down the bomb.
Miss Lorna, Miss Lawrence. Hey, Miss John, how I go forget Miss Brooklyn? Is she look on yet?
Love, I say.
No Marva bad vibes this morning with you, all eh? And not on that. All I get to vent yesterday? All right. High enough. I'm gonna bring down that power again, man.
Bang, 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 bang.
Bring down the bomb.
Rick, I tell you morning already, Rick.
Bring down the power.
Royal, I don't tell you morning already. Nathaniel, all of you.
Say
Jason Jeffries, you late, now seeing you.
power. Stop hell and damnation. Bring down the power. Love to heal a nation is the greatest power.
Annie Abraham, a good morning to you. Rudy, good morning.
A wind of destruction.
Danny,
blowing over
Motilala, good morning to you.
land. And now the earth is a trembling with man's oppression of man.
Nambali Khan, good morning to you.
Now the time comes to sit down and rediscover what's life. Show the world the true meaning.
Liliana Ali, a pleasant good morning to you. The hologram. Kathleen, good morning to you. It's Kathleen or Caitlin? Kathleen? Where do you go, man?
To heal a nation.
Hey, Sylvester, good morning. Rick, good morning. Hey, Sherry, good morning. Hey, Timothy McLean, good morning to you. Now join us, man. Starting next to me today. Tubas, good morning to you, Tubas. Tara, I'm a darling up on the hill up there, so. Good morning, Gemma Philip, good morning. I'm a Tara up on the hill up there, so. Incorrect. Hey, baby Rampasa, good morning. Not forgetting my baby, good morning too. Horror in Valencia. Missing woman remains found. Stuff in a suitcase in Shallow Pond. Somehow I believe I remember this girl face, you know. I believe, honestly, I think I see this girl on the campaign trail.
Sorry, Joyce.
I think she and two other girls was with her.
Lift your voice with a feeling of satisfaction as one. And let me move with a purpose, all freedom lovers. Hold tight. Stepping out of the darkness with one direction inside.
Well, we all know that the headliners, the missing woman that is what was trending. Like the next Havana. And this one was for Havana, was sketched in whole piece. This one was chop up and pack in a plastic bag and then put in a suitcase. Jesus Christ, then worse. Childhood friends plead for kidnap woman's safe release. A childhood friend of kidnapped victim Janki Karam, who has been searching for her in forested areas, is pleading with the adopters to release her. Lord, I hope she alive, William. It's a serious thing now, William. Alright, so the pleading. Aye. So it is a
Bring down the power of love, I say. Bring down the power. The power of love, I say, is the greatest power. Stop hell and damnation. Bring down the power. Love.
Winds and thunderstorm cause damage in East Trinidad. I can all feel them heavy. DCP Martin say a report of MP's arrest is fake news. What that was about?
A wind of destruction is blowing over this land. And now the earth is trembling with man's oppression of man. Now the time comes to sit down and rediscover what's life. Show the world the true meaning of real love, power, not strife.
All right, it's in here. Deputy Commissioner of Police, Susan Martin, say social media claims that a member of parliament was arrested are false.
Love to heal and name.
Martin told Guardian Media yesterday that she was made aware of the posts circulating this week alleging that a senior attorney and MP was under investigations for sexual misconduct
Put a hand
and had been detained.
and cleanse the wicked. Right now. All of them
The DCP said she made inquiries and confirmed that none of the information
unity
in the report was truth.
come together. I
I
said
don't know who's our MP that was circulating that they arrest, right?
love is for freedom, it's growing stronger each day. Bring down the bomb, love, I say. The bomb, love, I say, is the greatest powers of hell and damnation. Love to heal a nation.
Right, cabinet to get report after stakeholders met on police killings.
So rejoice in a rhythm of celebration. Come on. Lift your voice.
Justice Minister James Maharaj
Satisfaction.
has begun a higher level stakeholders consultation to address delays in investigation into fatal police involved shootings. The Ministry of Justice
Stepping out of the
in a statement yesterday said the report
in
with recommendations arises out of the talks will be submitted to the cabinet to take a look into the matter.
I say is the greatest powers of hell
Bang,
and
bang,
damnation.
bang, 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 bang.
Parents of a 4-year-old boy blame hospital for his death, threatens to sue. Oh boy. I only know the horror in Valencia. Missing woman remains found stuff in a suitcase in a shallow pond. Nice. The International Women's Resource Network, the IWRN, President Adriana Isaac Ratan wants urgent actions as 26 women killed so far this year. Women, whatever. Oh yeah, again, the caution is real. Things different out there now. As you and Alina only say, it different. Things different. There are some people out there, you see that thing you call love? That man out there ain't taking that simidini. That is how they put it down when they're talking, boy. And also a woman out there ain't taking that simidini out there neither. It are in this world here, it are some people that are strong. It are some people that are weak. And women, you just have to hope that you ain't fall. Or end up in the arms of a weak one, a weak man. Or end up pressing any kind of buttons which that don't supposed to mean that no man supposed to kill you, eh? But if you know the fire hot, don't touch it. If you know you're on 6 stories high, don't jump off. If you know the road busy, don't run across it. Not because somebody don't supposed to. You believe in your heart and your mind that they should not. Nazali and Mr. Ali, a pleasant good morning to you all. Marcus Joseph, good morning. Wendy and John, good morning. I tell you morning already. And here you all, the Sandy Jones, you're late. Good morning. The government absorbs 800 SRP into the TT police, the police service to help to deal with the manpower wars that have been going on. Matty Matt, good morning, Gloria. Good morning to you. Rehabilitation work on UE campus, DB campus starts today. Ragunat, race still drives state board's appointment. Race drives state board's appointment. I don't want to hear nothing about them kind of thing today. Government rejects race talk over state board appointments. Alright, so government rejects race talk over state board's appointment. Very good. Answer back. Don't leave that hanging because it will hit home. That will be them know what they're doing. And I like how they answer back. The government has pushed back against opposition criticism of state board appointments. Urging an end to what it's called deficit racial rhetoric. Minister of Legal Affairs Saddam Hussein issued a sharp rebuttal yesterday to People's National Movement Chairman Marvin Gonzalez, who recently claimed there is a racial imbalance in state board's appointment under the current administration. Speaking at a post-cabinet media briefing at the Diplomatic Center in St. Anne's, Saddam Hussein said, "Stop the race talk. We are about governing." This United National Congress government is about governing for all of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. However, when asked whether nepotism plays a role in these appointments, Hussein neither confirmed nor denied such claims. Pressed on whether the wives of Energy Minister, Energy and the wives? Where is I, you know? Pressed on whether the wives of Energy and Energy Industry Minister, Dr. Rudal Munilal, and Minister in the Ministry of Public Utilities, Clyde Elder, were appointed to the Southwest Regional Health Authorities. Hussein acknowledged that names have been considered. Names are being considered, but insisted official announcements have not yet been made at present. At present, the cabinet has in fact considered certain board appointments. However, these considerations are secret until the announcements are formally made, he said. Look at that means, so that who banding about that, the PNM? That Rudal Munilal wife and Elder wife is chairman of them board and them there. That never was confirmed. Even if Dave's gone, well, I know the government will deal with it accordingly. We'll have situations and appointments that the PNM will be waiting on for you all to make it. To make a big hullabaloo out of it. You're done making a hullabaloo out of all the racial composition of board appointments. So I will hope that we will go down the road of, remember we talk very serious about friends and family, this, that. But again, if these people and them are qualified, I don't see not one problem. Because my wife, my commander wife, my girlfriend, my this, my that, they qualify for various positions. To hell with that too. But he did mention for consideration until right announcement of formally made. He said Hussein explained that the appointment process involves the submission of cabinet notes through the Ministry of Finance, after which the cabinet considers the proposals and the appointing body confirms the final selections. He stressed that due diligence is done before names are presented to the cabinet. and that all candidates undergo scrutiny prior to the approval. With respect to which you are asking those deliberations in terms of names and boards were matters considered by the government, Hussein said. So Hussein said you will have to wait until the appointments are formally made before we can confirm them. Just bear some patience. There is a process. And we would not want to prejudice any of it at this point in time. He added that names may have been to cabinet. Those names are considered. We just have to wait until the appointments are made. He also said, yeah, well, we just have to wait until the appointments are made. We were very clear, whatever we said in the campaign. Even while in opposition, we remain committed to holding government to account, especially regarding the expenditure of the public funds. Okay, very good. So let them wait for the appointment, Mr. Hussein. We also see here former CPEP workers get short-term jobs thanks to San Fernando mayor. So you see how they're moving smart, eh? You see how they're moving smart, PNM. Preparing for the local government because they know that I get a clean sweep. Hey, Ganesh Prasad, good morning. Brent Williams, a pleasant good morning to you. Atri Keto, good morning to you. Shaliana, good morning. Baran? All of you are late, man. Right, we're also going to be a little bit farther to probe tourism divisions and travel expenses. So what's going on in Tobago today? Right, so just a little bit of it there, Chief Secretary Fali August. And Mr. Pleasant, good morning to the all Tobago people that are locked on. It's a one, a pleasant good morning to you. Kalayang Hip, good morning. Chief Secretary Fali August says the Tobago House of Assembly, the THA, had the documents to verify millions spent on overseas travel But a simple administrative failure meant those records were never submitted to the Auditor General. The Auditor General 2024 report flagged 6.8 million in overseas travel payments by the THA that could not be verified because documentation was not provided. The report said that transactions were processed using the automated clearing house. The automated clearing house, ACH, but without supporting records. Audits were unavailable to confirm who traveled, where, and at what cost. That's bad for THA. You all get all the documents, all the things together. Don't run THA like how PNM was run it. Because I'm feeling friendly. Let's go to UNC have to make sure and give a account to the finances of the people of Trinidad and Tobago as they have done in the campaign trail and are doing now. The Tobago House of Assembly, you all have to organize too and submit all what it is you all need to submit, okay? 007, a pleasant good morning to you. LP, good morning. Trinidad Revolutionary Soldiers, a pleasant good morning to you. Fufu, good morning to you. I miss anybody meanwhile I'm just staying there. Tara Ali, good morning. Andy, good morning to you. Poran, good morning. The One, good morning. Yeah, Brent Williams, good morning. Hey, Janice Andrews Alfred, a pleasant good morning to you. And Nakab, good morning. Bihari, Sandefur Bihari, a pleasant good morning to you. A lucky lal, all of you. Nice. Oh, Dave and Deborah, good morning, Vanessa Daniel. Good morning. They serious thing. I only hope you all have your headliners up and running. Sean Smith, good morning to you. Nadira, good morning. Joanna Ratan, good morning. Yes, Joanna Ram Ratan, good morning. Sensible, all of you, a pleasant good morning. You all are late, man. I hope you all have your all front burners. I hope you all sending already your all voice notes. Let's get up and running. 007, good morning. Keishan Ali, a pleasant good morning. Lucy, good morning to you. Marcus, Joseph, good morning. Gloria, I tell you morning already. Escala, good morning to you. Dave Maharaj, good morning. Nice, nice. I think I just see Aaron. Simon, good morning, Aaron. I'll bring a lot of front burners to you, the people. The government rebuke that whole opposition talk about the racial composition of the picking of the boards. Darrow, good morning. Brian, good morning. Travidin, good morning. Yes, Sean Smith, you're late. I start exact, ask everybody, I start exact 6 o'clock. And I show my face exact 6 o'clock. I ain't get up since. Ramesh, Fufu, good morning. Hey, David, Mohan. Hey, my phone went there yesterday while we was talking. We're going to talk today, but as I said, in God with God, we trust. And we just have to continue staying strong and always remember where there's good, there's bad. Where there's good, there's evil. And we'll always have people among us, somewhere or the other, that don't like good. Selfish. Many people. Greedy. And that's some people because they know people. Because they feel the drinking and liming and knocking glass with big people. That credits them. Without they see about the damn people. That credits them. To continue to hold various portfolios. The days for that done. The same people will bring them down. Elizabeth Libert, a pleasant good morning to you. Future! Hi Future, good morning. Hey Christopher, good morning to you. Alright, I miss nobody there again. Right, so I bring a lot of front burners and I want to hear you all this morning. I don't want to hear nothing about Mava and the PNM and the racial division that they are trying. Hey David, good morning. Nalani, Siram, good morning. Jagarat and Sherian Badesi, good morning. Suresh, good morning. Right. All later, so time to get on business. Yep.
I did, but
hey!
I call you says
Hey, Lennox Smith, mute. Mute your phone, boy. Mute. Lennox.
something.
Oh boy. Ah, boy. Hey! Oh, shucks.
At the toe.
Oh boy! Mr. The Cruz under the road, one of you just called Mickie, let him know that I cut he and all off by mistake there to put back on the score. Let him know put back on the score. And Smith was in our conversation there. And I know we business, and that was a minister I heard. So let's get on to Mickie K, all. Let Mickie K know to put back on his score. Well, Lennox Smith will realize that his own and will get cut off. I press the wrong thing trying to cut Lennox off and cut off Mickie. So tell Mickie put it back up. We all get on team. Send that message. Ring down your phone. You will realize the front one all ringing down and send a message to your team. Nice, so let me go to the little small article there. I ain't going to go in much with the CPEP. Former CPEP workers get short-term jobs thanks to San Fernando Mayor. As uncertainty surrounds the fate of thousands of CPEP workers across the country, San Fernando Mayor Robert Paris has taken the matter into his own hands, quickly reabsorbing a few into short-term work in his Pleasantville electoral district. Paris' move comes as over 10,500 workers and 360 contractors were abruptly terminated on boy, I ain't fine back that. I ain't fine back. Alright, well, to make a long story short, you all know what I'm talking about. Yes, the electoral district he organized and get work fee purchases on them as the CPAP workers and them that lost their job. Right? Oh boy, let me just go through well, I don't mention that everybody knows the headliners. I give you all a lot of talking points this morning here. A lot of talking points you all get this morning here. Right? Right. So you all got a lot of talking points, including that gruesome murder. But meanwhile, all the lines are open. I'm going to check for you all voice notes, and I want to see if I can get in contact with Mr. Sturge. So the lines are open, eh? So go ahead by the time. Send your voice notes. Make your calls. What's on your front burner this morning, Trinidad and Tobago? What's supposed to make news that not making news? Let me know, let me know, let me know. Hello, good morning, caller. Where are you calling from? What's your contribution on the Gong Report this morning?
Good morning, Andy. Are you hearing me good?
Loud and clear.
Very good. Good morning to you, Lennox, Mickie, newbie, and to everybody out here. Andy, I just want to make something a little bit clear this morning first before saying. Anybody who feel that they want to block me, go right ahead. I don't have a problem with that. Because the last time I checked, I don't need your permission to breathe, or I don't need the road to heaven is not passing through your yard, right? And you can't close the gate on me, right? So anybody want to do it, I just making that clear this morning. Anybody want to do it, feel free. I don't have time with all the little corner house macumbe man again, right? Anyway, Andy, let me tell you something, I'm going to read something for you. The propaganda by the skillful and sustained use of propaganda, one can make a people see even heaven as hell or an extremely wretched life as a paradise. Adolf Hitler said that. No, we saw in the last 10 years, Rowley tried to make this country look, this wretched life, look like paradise. Right? That's what they tried to do. We heard Marvin Gonzalez saying about the propaganda of the PNM. We heard the president in a former life saying, spread the gospel of the PNM in every nook and cranny. So when they come with the propaganda, Andy, we have to know to take it with a pinch of salt and disregard it. Because we know that the media is carrying out the PNM agenda, right? That racial, I don't even want to hear anything about that statement again, but we can't help it, Andy. It is dear. It is like the nose on our faces. That nasty remark that Marvin Gonzalez made. And the media, they did not condemn it. I am still waiting to hear Penny condemn that. I am still waiting to hear all the NGOs and them condemn it. But you know what? They will not do it. They will not do it because of the fact PNM is in opposition. And they carrying out the PNM agenda, right? They're not going to do it. And that thing that you read this morning about some MP was jailed away or some nonsense like that. PNM propaganda again, Andy, and it is all over social media. And you know what is even distasteful, Andy? We have some of our own people. This thing with the ID. Andy, don't you walk around with your ID?
Yes.
Your ID card and your driving permit?
Yes, always do.
Everybody does it, Andy. So why does even some of our own people who like so much of bacchanal and confusion wanted to have to go and buy a bag of bread, right? If they had to walk with it. If they want to know if a 221-year-old get married, who doing, I can't say that because I have respect for you. And I don't know if you're a guy again. I don't want to say it. Right? Who doing so and so and so and so and so, right? But they can't drink if they have to walk with their ID card. What kind of ignorance is that, Andy? What kind of ignorance is that? When you have ignorance running wild, so what you expect? Tell me what you expect. But let me tell you something, Andy. I don't want to get the name wrong. I can't remember if it's Ingrid Lashley's her name. I stand corrected. She was the campaign manager for Keith Rowley, right? So was Bridget Anissa George. So was Newman George, right? I drawing one reference. She was chairman of the MTS board. She was chairman there. We saw where Bridget Anissa George ended up for 10 years. We saw where Newman George was sitting on 4 boards, and that's Rowley golfing partner, right? This man, Desmond Menz, I think is his name, was sitting which is a a PNM lawyer, was sitting on the board of the stock exchange, right? Where was Gilbert Peterson sitting? On the top board, right? So why is it wrong? Why is it wrong that if UNC put their people in places to carry out their agenda, why is it wrong, Annie? So what if Monilal's wife, who's a lawyer, and I hope somebody send a message to Suzette Lower, right? Monilal's wife is a lawyer, and if I am not mistaken, again, I stand to be corrected, Clive wife is a lawyer, and I think she's also a matron. So what if they get a seat on a board? What if? Something wrong with that, Andy? Let me tell you something, eh? Rowley campaigned from 2010, right, until they won the elections on nepotism, cronyism, good governance, accountability, right? Where was it? Where was it? Can somebody tell me in which area it was? Because we saw when they got in there, every friend, family, and the Macomé, they compare everybody, right? Got seats on board. What did you hear anybody say anything about it? Because they put their friends and so in places. Even Zephyrin was on the EMBD board, is related to Rowley by through marriage. His wife, Zephyrin wife, I think, and Rowley family, right? Nobody said a word because they put their friends and family in places to carry out their agenda. That was nepotism. That was cronyism. Nobody said the media didn't say a word, right? Where was the good governance? Where was the transparency? Where was the accountability? Because every time he was asked a question, he wanted to meet people on the pavement. Or if you don't like what he say, go and live there. And we have a lot of memories, you know. We have a lot of memories. So you see, Andy, the hypocrisy of the people in this country. What is good for the PNM is not good for anybody else. Who wife got a contract to power wash the Brian Larus, the Taruba Stadium? Who wife got it? Which talk show host, right? Got a contract to build houses. Ricky Ragunanan and Rohan Sinan are best friends. He's a financier. He got contract to fix all the roads, the secondary road program, all in Candaro Village, all in Santa Cruz. He got contract to build terrestrial apartments, and yeah, they have to take it down, right? It's not nepotism and cronyism, but nobody saw it was wrong. But from the time now, UNC start putting their people on board is a problem. Marvin when he see it, like was in Bangladesh and Delhi, and a lot of other people now want to know what qualifications they have. But I want to tell them, the qualification that Munilal wife have, she go make the palori, and elder wife go make the fish pie. Right? If that's what all they want to hear. But I want to remind them, anybody they put on a board, they're qualified people. They didn't go and find them on the streets and dress them up and tell them, come and sit here. No. And I find we should stop feeding the donkey. Stop feeding the donkey. Leave them right there. They're not satisfied with the selection of the board. Haul 59 times. Annie, thank you for listening to me. You take care and you have a good morning.
Yeah, good morning, caller. Was trying to get on to Mr. Sturge, but he's in a very important national security meeting, and they went at well, yesterday he went to the house of the lady, the young woman that was murdered, who will find her remains. Okay? Hey, Pope, good morning. A pleasant good morning to you. Calling for what's your contribution on the Gong Report this morning? Just now. I'll pay back on Bluetooth. I'll pay back on the board. I took it off was to make some quick private calls. Oh boy. Us just now, they're not hearing you yet, you know. They're not hearing you yet, just now. Right, go ahead now. A pleasant good morning to you. What's on your front burner? I give you all a lot of front burners this morning. Which one you all want to touch on?
How about three?
Go ahead.
One, I listened to this press conference yesterday evening, and the news reporters and them only trying to drill Roger Alexander. But he's a very smart man, and I like how he bring out, of course, he answers. But one thing though, I don't want him to disclose his plan for the criminal and them to get to override that. Like in the past days, like Anaconda and all them stupid things. Two, I heard earlier on you say you want to hear nothing about Marvin and all kind of thing. But Santa Cruz was talking so right. We have to talk about it. Santa Cruz, if you have any old cupboard or skateboard or any versatile board, send it for Marvin. It looked like he want to go on one of them board. Right? And three, Andy, after you jump in a nice little gospel song, you must bring it down with a little power, man. Bring down the power by Ella and Del. And anytime you're getting disrupted in the studio, you hear me, boy?
Yeah, I heard you loud and clear. Yes, I heard you loud and clear.
Yeah, and next thing again, I sent you some video yesterday, last night and yesterday evening. There's one, I tell you what's a censor, and you could play them and let the public know who we had as a leader here. And two, three, no, five. And there is someone, Sir John in Washington to answer some questions concerning how about Dragon Gas deal and how we lie about Delcy Rodriguez with or he lie on the ambassador, which the ambassador was a Trump selected, and he never tell the public that. But I have some info, but it will come out. All right, yeah, later.
Go ahead, caller. Just responding to various people that are looking at me. Go ahead, caller. Hey, look, Lennox.
Andy, good morning, Orlando here.
Go ahead, Orlando.
Andy, Andy, I don't understand those reporters and those guys. I think what the government should do is just say, hey, 2 questions per reporter, and that's it. Because the guys in them are so, I mean, those reporters are so stupid. They keep asking the same question over and over. So I think two questions per reporter, and that's it. We move on. You know. And the next thing too, they want good governance. So the woman is giving you good governance, giving you transparency, giving you an educated board. I don't understand what the PNM want. I mean, they are so confused and stupid, Marva, and I'm so dumb. You want transparency, you want smart people in the board, you know. The woman is putting educated, smart people in the board, no matter who they are, you know, and transparency. What else? You cannot play the PNM. So I come to the conclusion now, and the Orlando posse do whatever the UNC want to do and forget them. Don't listen to them, don't even give them a hearing in the radio, nothing. Just leave them out. And if the media want to go, let them go run behind them and do whatever they want. Because the woman is giving good governance. She's giving you transparency. And furthermore, I listened to that meeting with the little kid who get the operation for the heart. What a touching feeling, man. What a touching feeling. That woman have kid. That woman is a caring woman. Not like the PNM. They can have story like that to tell. They don't have nothing to talk about. They cannot even bring a kid and kid hug them up and say, good, well done. Nothing. I mean, Andy, boy, I tell you something. And by the way, tell others who will say, you still need to apologize. That gotta have tell others no, say that gotta have to apologize what he said. Andy, thank you for everything, brother. Mikey, goodbye. Later.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Good morning, caller. Where are you calling from? What's your contribution to the Ground Report this morning? Caller, good morning. Caller. Good morning, caller.
Yeah, Andy, it's very true that the president declared state of emergency. I seen something like that on the news.
Which news you seen that?
Yeah, and Allen boy.
Breaking news: state of emergency declared armed national security threat. The government of Trinidad and Tobago has declared a state of emergency following confirmation of a coordinated and dangerous criminal network operating from within the nation's prisons systems. Yep, this looking so, you know. This looking like truth. Yep, this looking like truth because like I seen it have a CNC3 and a Guardian headlinings on this. It's state breaking news. State of emergency declared. Lennox Smith, just go up and check by the time, please. State of emergency declared armed national security threat. Remember, I told you all just now I was trying to get in contact with Minister Sturge, was to get an interview with him based on that constituents that was murdered. Yeah, because I'm one of his constituents. And I was told that in a very, 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 very important national security meeting at this point in time. And if this come out here now, which I'm seeing here, a state of emergency declared armed national security threat. Aimed at national security threat. I don't know. CNC3 television, Trinidad and Tobago. The government of Trinidad and Tobago has declared a state of emergency following confirmation of a coordinated and dangerous criminal network operating within the nation's prison system.
I would pay no attention to that.
Huh?
I would pay no attention to it. That song like familiar turf, but that song like the breakout some time ago, and it triggered all of that kind of attention. So it looked as though that looked like a combination of fake and old news. There's another fake piece as well that we have to disabuse. Until we get confirmation, of course. There's another piece that where Ms. Suzette Martin had to come out and say that no government minister has been held or is under investigation for some kind of sexual abuse scenario. So the propaganda machinery is well oiled and is on steroids in Trinidad and Tobago so early in this administration's tenure. So we have to be extremely discerning and not be lured to be spreading propaganda that simply does not exist, or information that doesn't exist. So for the time being, we'll take that with a pinch of salt. I'm not saying that I'm going to totally ignore it, but I think that simply doesn't make sense. There must be a formal way to do it, at a press conference or some statement in the parliament, as the case may be, for that kind of state of emergency to take place. That simply cannot be.
Go ahead one time, Lennox Smith. Make an introduction because I'm still sending that to the minister to find out if that is true. Wait, hold on. Let me call him back. Go ahead, call him.
Andy Diane again. The police put out something July the 18th and say yes, the TT police.
That is what?
The TT police what? The TT police what?
State emergency.
No, it's only the president of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago could declare a state emergency.
Yeah, not yet. The president declared it, but the police put a media release.
The police have not put a media release stating it was a state emergency.
Yeah, that was saying.
How is that possible? They will stop all media coverage and they will, of course, make the announcement.
No, Lennox Smith, people look down Lopez is saying, Andy, CNC television, Trinidad and Tobago reported that. Andy, there is a media brief this morning at 8:30 a.m. Let's wait. It has a media brief on it too.
Let's wait and
all right, caller, thanks.
see, but anxious and exciting people in a manner that, of course, is unnecessary. I think we have to be cautious. I'll put it that way. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to be lured or be hoodwinked into unnecessary panic, because that is what that, to me, is designed to do.
You go ahead by the time, Lennox Smith. I'm putting you on the screen there.
All right. Let me say first and foremost, pleasant good morning. I thought I should make an intervention there without, of course, the usual salutations, but pleasant good morning to all and sundry, East, West, North, South, Central, our friends in Tobago, and wherever you are, streaming on the World Wide Web, pleasant good day to you. Yes, we have awoken, of course, to a number of issues, and as I said, Suzette Martin today, in today's, I think, one of the major newspapers are saying that there is no investigation into any sitting minister or member of parliament, for that matter, on some sexual incident that is being investigated by the police. So that has been stoutly and staunchly denied. And now we are hearing, whilst the program is going on, about some issue with respect to the to the prison that would necessitate a state of emergency. That
Lennox
is
Smith, everybody is saying there that is truth, like they seen it going all over the news. You like you ain't getting it, but everybody's saying right now like it's truth.
All right. Well, let's see. Let's see.
Well, let's see.
We have a duty to be responsible, and we will verify. All right. In the absence of that, we'll take it with a pinch of salt until we can verify. All right. Somebody said that.
You go watch your screen and think by the time you go see them to the side of you, they're making the comments and thing they to the side of you.
Somebody said that they heard it on Allen.
Yeah, Ian Allen, and plus they say they seen it on CNC3 News.
Yeah. But how about I heard some talk about Ian Allen as well, and Ian Allen is what? Usually his program is in the night. It come in the daytime now? I don't know. I'm just saying I don't want to be lured into any state of anxiety unnecessarily. And indeed, we have to generate a certain amount of calm to the nation as well. We have that responsibility as well. So we're not going to run after every potong to suggest our relevance. We must be discerning. And
someone else called Lennox Smith. They said it is true that the commissioner of police recommended a state of emergency to the government, and it looked like the government. But as they say, we are to wait. We are to wait. All right, but go ahead, Lennox.
That sounds more plausible. He recommends a state of emergency. It does not mean that we are in a state of emergency declared. The way how it came across is that we are in a state of emergency, and that to me is fanciful, and maybe serving the agenda of elements that would want that level of panic in the society. We have a duty and responsibility not only to be responsible, but to, of course, allay fears by speaking and conveying the truth of matters. Some people may interpret a recommendation to be a state of emergency. That is two different things, because it means, therefore, there are several things all of us have to know, whether there is, of course, a curfew associated with it, whether what restrictions that people must now be subjected to, what are the parameters in terms of the role of the police with emergency regulations. All of that has to be done, and just to say that overnight tells me that what it tells me really is that the person or persons who have failed with the propaganda of the minister who is supposed to be investigated or be investigated, and that has been dispelled. They just came up with another one, and you have those trolls who, whether paid or unpaid. But I was looking at a video just before I came into the program, where in the parliament, in the upper house, Alrari was making reference to the attorney general. As far as his information is concerned, Alrari's information that investigations of the financial positions of members of the oppositions is being sought and investigated, and the president of the Senate, Mr. Wayne Mark, had to, of course, caution him that he's making spurious accusations contrary to one of the standing orders of the House, and ask him to withdraw immediately without any kind of semantics and so on. So you are going to get that, and we have a fair idea as to where these kinds of information or these kinds of panics episodes will come from. And we made it very, very clear during the course of the campaign and during the course of the last administration that they have been so glaring and they have been so brutally conspicuous with their misfeasance and malfeasance conduct that it will be very easy, and I had said it using my criminological cap, that it will be very easy to adduce information or evidence to be probative in a court of law. And I suppose all what is happening now is, of course, that fear by those who would have done an injustice to the population, to the taxpayers, attempting, of course, to try to, for want of a better term, cover up or to avoid and to exculpate themselves from criminal and or civil action. In other words, as Dr. Rowley has put in the local political lexicon, the question of blue lights and silver bracelets. I think that is more well known to many of us in terms of what he meant by that. But always, of course, for persons that is not of the PNM or persons that are on the other side of the political divide. Now the situation has turned. What is happening is that they probably are turning their ammunition on themselves, or becoming extremely paranoid as to what is happening. But of course, the Attorney General did indicate, did send a salvo to anybody who have been trying to malign and to accuse the certain prime minister. And he says once that is the case of wrongdoing in public office, then he's at war with you, and pointing to specific persons on the opposite side. I suppose that would have sent shivers, panic, fright, and trepidation on the side of the opposition. So I am not perturbed. I'm not in any way perturbed. I want to say as well, in that vein, that I have been bombarded, and we of the Executive of Love have been bombarded with, of course, inquiries mixed with congratulations and so on and so forth, usually associated with some kind of success story. And the Guardian did carry yesterday that Robert Mitchell of Love was the Robert Mitchell that was appointed to the NCC, the National Carnival Commission. Well, I did yesterday, and I noticed I refrained from talking about it yesterday because I did inquire. Nobody contacted me or Robert Mitchell on the matter. So, and he was not in the group photo that showed the commissioners of NCC. So I did this discreetly, and I can say that now. I did send WhatsApp to the line minister. I did send a WhatsApp to the chairman, Kanhai, and one or two other persons asking as to whether or not this is a misprint or some mistake. And it doesn't look good for two reasons. The first of which is that here it is, people have already started sending congratulatory messages and so on, assuming that Robert Mitchell was, in fact, our Robert Mitchell was, in fact, of course, was appointed commissioner on the NCC board. So out of an abundance of caution, I did that, and to save face, because the government will not look good on the other side of that, with respect, of course, to making or issuing that kind of statements that would have been carried by the media. Well, the media did today, the Guardian did today say that it made the mistake and inadvertently said that Robert Mitchell of Love is not the Robert Mitchell that is in fact appointed as a commissioner on NCC. I think that person is a lawyer. So that has clarified that. So I am in a position today to speak. You understand why I am so cautious as to these kinds of utterances that appear to come from official sources at this time, when in fact the opposite, or it doesn't exist, or it is the creation of a storm in a teacup. And I caution people to take these things with not just a pinch, not just a spoonful, but a truckload of salt, because we have a relentless and what I consider to be beguiling enemy, which of course is nestled in the bosom of the PNM, whether vicariously or whether directly. They have strategies in order to unsettle people's minds, so to speak, and to give the impression that the government cannot settle or have not settled or is incapable of managing the affairs of the country in spite of its track record between 2010 and 2015, but more so as well under Bazio Pandey between, of course, 20, not 20, but 1995, was it? Yeah, 1995 to around to around 20. So 2001 thereabout. So please, people, be calm. We will get official statements at the end of the day, and while of course we appreciate the concerns and the information, and we would love to get the information first, if you want to call it that, based on competition within, of course, the business of media. We want to also take the necessary precaution because we have a responsibility not to be here, there, and everywhere, or willy-nilly or helter-skelterly take and disseminate information that will do more harm than good. I beg and plead with, of course, persons. Please, you yourself should be doing some verification before you pass the information on to us. Some persons we will accept as a genuine mistake, and because of their track record with us. Others who have not been so, should I say, familiar to us, we would be you will be advised to please verify your information before you take it to us, because we feel very passionate about the veracity of what we say. And when that is compromised, it means therefore the program itself is compromised.
Nice. So Trinidad and Tobago, the lines are open. The numbers to call 225-6644, 225-6644, or 239-5120, 239-5120. Or give us a WhatsApp call or voice note at 366-3053, 366-3053. So we will leave it as Lennox say, as he more believe that it was recommended and that they don't have a state of emergency. So the line's open to you because that is what's trending right now all over. And I know you all want to get your 1 cent, 2 cents, 3 cents in, and do you all do. Morning caller. Where are you calling from? What's your contribution on the Gong report this morning?
Morning, and the consular remember here. Let us know that now we in the state and the state of emergency. The government called a state of emergency based on commissioners' requests. I was checking the news, I saw it on TTT News, I saw it on CNC3 News. I've seen some people say that it is a fake thing, but all the news are carrying that there is a state of emergency on as is, but afterwards they will come with regulations. It was not on, I'm on any government sites to see if it's there, but on the news sites, they're saying that this morning we have a state of emergency in effect. But I see anything with regulations or anything as yet. Before they hear anything about that, you will Lennox.
All right. Well, let us confirm something. No SOE, no SOE. Well, this was coming by Munsami. No SOE. It was suggested. Just heard it on Stephen Rees and radio. Right? Media release, declaration, and just got this from Kamala. So somebody got something too from Kamala, which is
Well, the media and news people carrying it, like there is one. So as I said, I didn't go on any government. I didn't get to go on any government ministry sites as yet. But I was on the news sites, looking through the news, and all the news say the same thing now. So, you know how the media is right now. So, I will go back through and look through and update and confirm if anything was.
All right. Let's do that.
Morning, Mikey, Andy, Lennox, and the rest of the Trinidad and Tobago. You see, when the PNM come out on the platform and said prepare for war, Paris first, then the rest, Karim, Marcel, and all of them go be war. They said political war, but you see where is the war? They had to declare state of emergency because of all the mishaps. Once PNM not in power, they think this is 1990. This is 1990, everything boosts up now. Intelligence boosts up and technology boosts up. So this is 1990. We have to hold these people accountable for their mouth. I don't understand when they say these things, why they don't give them a handcuff with bracelet. Put on bracelet around their wrist and let them understand you don't make those statements because you're creating war in this place. But thank God that intelligence make them understand what's going on. People of Trinidad and Tobago, don't be afraid. God is in control and we have a capable government and a capable people that will stand up for us. We know we have some crooked fellas in the police force and so, but let me worry. You have a new commissioner who not skylarking, who not making joke. So let me stand up, let me walk, we walk and talk, we talk. Go to work, go home. Go to work, go home. No, don't lie and all them things they know because you don't know who is who and the amount of guns and ammunition you have in Trinidad and Tobago. We don't know where they're coming from. Let me stay focused and pray for the government and pray for the ministers and pray for Trinidad and Tobago that when we're going through here, God knows, He sees and knows everything and He promised never to leave us nor forsake us, that He will ever be a friend. He don't ever give me more than we could bear. So let me get frightened. Let me stand up and fight because this is we country and we have to take it back from the criminals and everybody else who hold it at ransom. Have a good morning.
Anyway, I have a copy of a press release from the police service, corporate communications unit. So if I may, if we have the time or the
getting that to show. Let Carnage just go ahead quick as you. Go ahead, Carnage.
Mama, today on the phone, Andy.
Yeah, she go on. You go ahead, Carnage.
Oh, Andy, pleasant morning, brother. Pleasant morning. Trinidad and Tobago, pleasant morning.
Lennox Smith in studio too.
Yeah, Lennox Smith, Mickie, pleasant good morning. Trinidad and Tobago, God, please listen, brothers. Oh yeah, we now have a new administration. You know what happened me, Andy? You know what happened me, brother? But we have the resources and we have the national security and we have the resources at hand.
What?
Hello?
Yeah. They have it on hand. Where what?
Yeah, and they have the national security and the resources at hand, right? Trinidad and Tobago is a small place, and Trinidad and Tobago is 1.4 million, and we have the resources. They just buy a set of jeep. They just buy watch how much thing this government do since they coming. We got a commissioner police. Why? Where does check could be coming from, Andy? Where this kind of check could be coming from for people that be saying that kind of thing, Andy? Andy, these people on a aim, these people on a check to disrupt this administration. I'm telling all of that every day. We can't allow that, Andy. We cannot allow these people to disrupt the country. And we always see what they do before the election. And all these things are deliberating, Andy. The whole amount for more than tie strap them. And the people who in high office saying war, people who in high office saying give them 12 months, give them this, give them that, and nobody is doing nothing about that, Andy. We are citizens and as civilians out here, Andy, we're supposed to be protecting this administration because what's taking place? Are they trying to bully the people and them? That's what they're trying to do, bully the people. They're trying to bully the woman. They're trying to bully people and Fred. All of them Fred Rowley. Or they could not say nothing when Rowley was there. Or they could not do nothing when Rowley was there. But now not. Or they watching the woman like she's soft. Or they feel like the team of people who they're soft. So they could try all kind of things. Well, all they try now. Mr. Alexander, well, you know what to do. Mr. Sturge, you know what to do. All they know what to do. Deal with them. Nip it in the bud. Nip it in the bud. We ain't in office 100 years yet. And what you kind of check, every time we do, you're saying something. If something was taking place, it's race talk, it's this talk, it's that talk. What is really going on in Trinidad and Tobago? Trinidad and Tobago is a cosmopolitan country where every creed and race find an equal place. It has two two political entities in Trinidad and Tobago, when one is in opposition, one will be running the country. So what is going on? That only saying PNM and UNC is the same, right? PNM won the country for 60 something years. Honestly, what are we doing in this country? Nobody wasn't saying nothing when we was out there recording on the come and support you before the country crashed. Nobody realized or then listen people, Rowley and them crash the country, Kalimut and them crash the country. And the woman trying she best to build back and do certain things. All these people who lost their work and things is because of corruption in the government run institution. So they had to revamp this thing. Why people not understanding and only trying to make it look like they want to bully the government? Let me take the time, let me support the government and do the right thing, people of Trinidad and Tobago. If we want everyone good governance, let me do what is right. Let me support this administration because from here, where we going? From here, where we going? What are we going to do? To put the government to one of us who in power. To do what? Trinidad and Tobago. Let me be real. To do what Trinidad and Tobago? We are the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, and in all districts in Trinidad and Tobago, police and soldiers living. In all districts, the majority of the districts, it has police station. So come on now, man. If we want to solve crime, everybody know everybody. Everybody know everybody. So then they put in the back, please now. And don't let me be going through this and forge news and fake this and fake that. They're trying to bully the administration. But we're not taking bully. We're not taking that. Yeah, we're not taking that. Trinidad and Tobago locked on and listening with us.
Good morning. I think by now the majority of you all would have seen that correspondence as a media release from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to the public and also to the criminals to inform all that they do not have the capability to secure the country at this time, and they were making a recommendation to the government to call a state of emergency. I think this is a first in history. So let me clarify as it pertains to classification of documents. There's confidential, there's restricted, there's secret, and there's top secret. This document falls in that category. And it means that by doing that, the public is not supposed to be aware, because if the public is aware, it means the criminals are also aware. It can also put undue panic in the public before a decision is made. This is stupidity at the highest level. Why would you, as the police service, the hierarchy, state to the public, we do not have the capability to secure you, so we want the government to call a state of emergency without the government yet making that decision? Now, if the government wants to make that decision, that is the government's choice. But you cannot make a recommendation, and suppose the government says no. How would you look? I mean, it is unbelievable that this release was sent out, because it shows the inability of the police service to understand how to operate as it pertains to sensitive documents. You let the public and the criminals be aware we don't have the capability to secure you, so we want the government to be able to help us by calling a state of emergency. What should have happened is if the government themselves say, look, son, we think that this is enough, we want to call a state of emergency. Commissioner, what do you think? And the commissioner will send correspondence to agree. That must all be done in a degree of confidentiality of documentation until the decision is made to call a state of emergency or not. And my personal view about this, again, as I continue to state, a state of emergency should not be used as a crime-fighting tool. This letter is a template of exactly what was submitted to the government in 2011 to justify calling a state of emergency. Everything that can be done without a state of emergency can be done now, which has not been done. Lifted the national security alert state, utilizing the 5,000 members of the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force who are in camp on standby since 1990. Improving tactical awareness, improving major operations, putting high visibility, a deterrent, taking the fight to the criminals as we did in 2018 to 2021. You do not need to have to call a state of emergency. The only difference with the state of emergency is that now you can hold persons indefinitely and also be able to break into homes without a warrant. That's the only thing. But again, that is the call of the government. Also, as it pertains to the Ministry of Justice, one of the recommendations and the concerns is based on what is taking place in the prison. I drafted that Ministry of Justice years ago, gave it to the Prime Minister, and thankfully she has now approved a Ministry of Justice. But going on 3 months, the Minister of Justice has not said a word. The Ministry of Justice has said nothing. And I drafted this ministry specifically to deal with this situation, because this situation of criminal elements having full control of their gangs and criminal activity whilst in the prison, it required a ministry by itself to be able to lock down the prisons, not just to improve rehabilitation, reduce recidivism, deal with the problems in the remand, but also to make sure that when persons are incarcerated, they have no ability to communicate with persons outside. But nothing has been done. So because of the failure of those in the Ministry of Justice, it has caused the police now to be able to be forced to call for a state of emergency. And finally, you put a letter to the public, letting them know that you intend to have covert and overt operations. How foolish is that? A covert operation means something that is clandestine, undercover, and you let the criminal elements be aware of what your intention is. So this whole thing, it is very messy. It was unacceptable. It should not have been done, and it shows some lack of knowledge and understanding the degree of confidentiality of correspondence. This should never have been sent to the public until the government had made the official decision to call a state of emergency or not.
Lennox Smith. Well, you heard former National Security Minister Gary Griffith. And I believe I agree with some of the things he's saying there. How the police can pull that kind of stupidness just so with all the government intervention first. Why would the police do something like that?
That is why I found it difficult to absorb as a state of emergency, which of course is one that clearly is nestled in a recommendation that ought to have been communicated privately to the government, as opposed to it being a public released document.
Right, but then too, here I watch. Why this new commissioner and all? He has so much education, so bright. Why will he and all let something like that happen? Unless he was just waiting for appointment and now having the boy, it up PNM operatives all over, you know, boy. This not looking good for a new government, you know. Lennox Smith,
because
this not looking good for a new government.
It is an enigma. It is unprecedented, frankly. As I said, let me just read the first 2 paragraphs, and then the people will get an appreciation. The date, it is coming, of course, from Trinidad and Tobago Police Service Corporate Communications Unit, and of course, it's dated today, the 18th of July, 2025, a media release. Declaration of a state of emergency in response to coordinated national security threat. And anybody watching at this, on the face of it, will think, well, there is a state of emergency. And it's when you read it, then you realize, well, look, it is really a recommendation. So let's read the first 2 paragraphs. Recent intelligence has confirmed the emergence of a coordinated and highly dangerous criminal network operating from within Trinidad and Tobago's correctional facilities. This network is actively mobilizing resources and orchestrating targeted attacks against senior officials and national institutions. In response to the severity and immediacy of this threat, the Commissioner of Police, Alistair Govaro, has formally recommended to the government of Trinidad and Tobago the declaration of a state of emergency. Have formally recommended. The intelligence reveals that incarcerated individuals are actively leveraging internal and external networks to plan and execute attacks on key figures within the national security and justice sectors. These efforts are not isolated, but represents a structured campaign involving multiple criminal entities whose targets include senior police officers, members of the judiciary, personnel within the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, DPP, and officers of the Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service. Additional intelligence continues to be gathered through interagency collaboration. So no politician was mentioned here, except of course some well-established parts of the national security apparatus, DPP, of course, and justice and criminal justice system. DPP, of course, the judiciary, and the prison as well as police officers. Let me read the third paragraph, so maybe we'll get a better understanding. A critical enabler of this threat has been the unauthorized trafficking
Lennox Smith,
of
hold 1 minute.
cellular devices.
We have Philip Alexander. Hold 1 minute. We want to find out about this. Hold Lennox. We have Minister Alexander. Oh, yeah, but because you know he's the fastest we could get on to find out what madness we see.
Okay.
Because the government don't come in power.
Let's go there.
And how could something like that come out to the public just so with the government? This not looking good. I believe it's a PNM operative stupidness. So quick. Philip, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning to your listeners.
Yeah, all over the country we seen about some SOE and some advice, some police service and about this kind of thing. Is this thing truth? What is going on? You being a member of government.
All I can tell you that you should have access to by now in the public space that there is a significant and credible threat that the government, in their deliberation, the Prime Minister, under the advice of the police service, has decided to call a state of emergency that has been declared by Her Excellency the President this morning.
Okay, good. So that process is, as we speak, on its way.
The regulations have already been drafted.
Oh, okay.
There is a significant threat, and I believe that the Prime Minister, through whatever channels she chooses, will update us all. This is a live situation that is happening as we speak, and the public should realize that she is someone who makes very deliberate steps. If she believes that this is the correct way to manage this situation, I trust that it is the correct way to manage the situation, and that we will be updated as time goes by, and anything that I could do. So the public has no reason to be unduly alarmed. They should rest assured that the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago and the government of Trinidad and Tobago has this matter under control through all of the arms of law enforcement that are required.
Well, Andy, I don't think we need more further verification. So the intent of and the process as a consequence, clearly, from the Honorable Minister Philip Alexander, has confirmed that fact. So therefore, of course, people, you have gotten it from the horse's mouth, so to speak. Minister, if you are still there.
You want to say something, Lennox? You want to say something? Go ahead.
The way forward.
Lennox, just now, Lennox. You want to say something? That is the important thing. Go ahead.
We've not been told that we're not going about our business as normal, as usual, and that is instructive. We're going about our business as usual. There are things going on in the country. There are trade and investment conference going on. There are a lot of pre-budget consultations going on. The country is being operated as normal. We're going about our business as normal unless otherwise advised, knowing that in the background, so to speak, that the law enforcement are using every mechanism available to them to bring this whole thing under control. And I believe that it was a measured step that the Prime Minister, in her own deliberation, decided was the best way forward. She's the chair of the National Security Council. She is surrounded by very capable, accomplished, experienced professionals in her cabinet. We have a properly constituted police service under a commissioner. So the country should rest assured that everything is under control. Go about their lawful business.
All right, and evidence, what it is we are hearing is about internal thing within the prisons. Why again have we not have jammers operating in the prisons of Trinidad and Tobago? Why the criminal elements are still being able to call their shots from in jail to outside? Why are they still being able to control their gangs through communications while in jail? But we are government now coming power.
If I could say anything to you, that we're still within the first less than 3 months of a new government that is trying to clean up a decade of mismanagement. So, I mean, you're correct to ask those questions. Why is it so? Why are the borders unsecured? Why is there so much mismanagement and corruption in the country? We're clamping down on all of it. We're fixing all of it. We're doing everything. But you know, more than anybody else, you would know that there is a procedure to these steps, that things have to be done in an order, and it's being done.
Wow. Well, okay, we know the Prime Minister, yourself, and our new government are well capable of what you all are doing. I know that you all will rectify this situation as soon as possible.
In quick time. And you and your listeners have access to me, and any updates that I have that I can share is your information at will.
All right.
Reach out.
Thank you.
Lennox wanted to ask me another question.
Lennox, go ahead. Miss Alexander, waiting for you. Yeah, go ahead.
You were saying, oh no, I was just asking the way forward. You have already asked the population to remain calm. Any other advice you will give? Not that we are asking you to step out of your lane, you know, because I know that attack was read to all sitting ministers. But
correct. But
what
we have
additional advice you give?
You will continue to talk about the event that we are having on Sunday from 10 a.m. at the Savannah. Please let everyone know in Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, Lamantine East, Lamantine West, and Port of Spain South. We have our meeting at the VIP launch of the grandstand. The pre-budget consultation starts at 10.
All right, it's pretty all right. So everything is up and running as normal, Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah,
we will await. But we are wait for the Prime Minister to say something. The National Security Minister say something.
We will get updates from the government, from the Prime Minister, through the National Security Council, and we will update the public as we get it.
All right. Thank you very much, Minister.
Have a good day, gentlemen. Have a great day.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes.
I tend to agree with Ann Munsami this morning, you know, boy. She talking like things were going through my mind very, 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 very fast. Why was not an emergency press conference called by the government to inform the country something is not right? Let's continue with what she's saying here. Because I asking the same thing, partner. That should have never come from the police. This not smelling good enough. I don't like this at all. Semantics exactly. If it was truth, why was not a emergency press conference called to inform the nation When Munsami, well, it's true. So it look like those talk happened before confirmation here by Mr. Philip Alexander. So well, wow. Look, she's saying here. She's saying here, which again, that is what my mind is. Semantics. My sentiments, exactly. The government should have called an emergency press conference, and that is why he's saying too, we should have never been getting that from no police service where the country could go mad and wild. It should have been an emergency press conference where the government, this new government, telling the people one time, laying out the cards on the table and then saying, well, hey, we got a certain emergency. Not how it come out there, Lennox Smith. So it's not feeling good. It's not feeling good, but it's a responsible government. I don't know, boy. I don't know. Lennox Smith.
See, based on what transpired on air this morning, the strategy adopted clearly is questionable. I mean, don't say it's the right one, but it's questionable because you are quite right. Here it is, we would have eliminated any kind of skepticism, any kind of fake news scenario, projection or concoction, and all of that. I mean, that is just one aspect of it, and the veracity or the seriousness of the matter would have already been in one fell sweep, with, of course, a press conference by the authorities, by the government, would have solved the problem.
Simple, but wait. Miss Johnson, that's why they call it SOE Duncy Andy. Why? So Lennox Smith Duncy, Santa Cruz Duncy. All who agree with what it is I'm saying here, what are we Duncy? I am saying, Duncy Andy, you fool Johnson. I am saying, all right, we have confidence in our government, we have confidence in this and that. But what I'm saying is, that was never to come out from the TTPS. That was never to come out. The way the whole thing come out, it was never to come out. That was to come out by the Prime Minister or the National Security Minister in an emergency press conference, breaking down what, because look, right now all of we want to know what's going on, breaking down the whole situation and then letting the people know, coming from the government itself. So I am done by saying that should have come from the government direct. Johnson? Lennox Smith? What I'm saying here, is this a Duncy thing I'm saying here?
Fair comment. It's a fair comment in the circumstance. If it is as serious as the press release would have suggested, and I'm going here from what we have before us, and not by any skepticism or any external source that may or may not be credible, but from the press release itself, which is a credible source from what I've seen, that kind of ultimatum that was provided, that national security guidance, that national security recommendation we should have been seeing, of course, an assembled press conference by the substantive ministers or a team of government officials and or from the Prime Minister indicating such.
So you don't see then. So everybody don't see. Again, I know it's credible. Now we know that our government is a responsible government. But the part what troubling me is, again, it should have never come out the way it come out there. That should have never been a release from no police service or no police or no body just so. That should have been a release from the government itself. should have been coming from our Prime Minister. Not no PNM president neither. Well, I don't care about she, that PNM president.
No, the president's job is merely to do what the prime minister or the government says. The president in this particular circumstance. So that's the last part. First part, of course, is who is responsible for telling the population that such a threat exists,
boy.
and what the action in response to that threat will be or is. And there's something about that press release again.
Right.
If it is that a recommendation is made to the government, that press release could only come about after the recommendation was made. It can't even be simultaneously. It can't be as you're asking the government or you're making that recommendation, you put out a press release one time. So it has to be sometime after
They have no right to do that.
Recommendation was made.
They have no right to do that. It had protocols, Dread. You can see that it had people who wanted this thing to go out before the government, the person who is responsible, who in charge of the country, which is the UNC, this new government. It had people go on and bring out this thing before time. I am saying again that we all learn this what? Through the media dresser, through CNC 3 that we know is PNM mainstream media. Through social media, when we see things coming up, dresser.
And we will get to the bottom of it, This is not settled here. We'll get to the bottom of it as to whether the cart went before the horse or the natural sequence of events where the horse is before the cart.
Exactly.
We will get to find out.
Alamun Sami's right again, Trincia again. That should have come from the government, not the TTPS. Suggestions is not permission. Listen and learn which is truth. Suggestions is not permission. That should have never come out from nowhere else, or no other voice, or no other forum, other than the government of Trinidad and Tobago. Oh God! What about what I am saying is done? See? The right thing is the right thing. Hence reason it don't feel good. And as some are feeling a PNM mischief in this, whether it be the president or the TTPS, that information should have never leaked until the government itself make the release. It no, it's supposed to be released by the president neither. Yes, you declare. Oh my God. Let me take the calls now. You see that? I hate stupid people calling intelligent people dancy. Especially when you know what you're saying, or what you're asking, or what you're advocating is the right thing. It is the, I can't see no other procedure than that. That in any situation of a state of emergency, the government of Trinidad and Tobago to do it. First and foremost, when Rowley them called a state of emergency, it wasn't coming through this vine and that vine and that vine and this vine and that vine. The PNM government did it. Go ahead, caller.
Morning, Andy, morning.
Morning.
Andy, I want to make a statement. I don't know, I call it on you, the council on the area here, Douglas, California, right? It has 3 girls working in the office, right? And this office like that, and one of them has 70 years, getting national, getting NIS, and government pension, and she working there. Tell me that is right, what she is doing. And that poor people can't get no job. This is what this council is doing here ever since. And you can't tell me nothing, they man our phone to help anybody do nothing. I call him many times for my problem, he never answer the phone and he never come and me. I want you to look into this. This is not right. If you understand what I'm saying, Andy.
Yeah, you understand. Thank you very much. Let me get our next call. Oh boy, morning call away, calling from. What's your contribution on the Gong report this morning?
Good morning, President. Good morning. I come from Grandy. And instead of having Gary Griffith and Alexander making statements, why the head of security in this country, or the Security Council, the Prime Minister, do something, right? And I telling this government, and I telling them again, Andy, the PNM is a force to be reckoned with, you know. They ain't easy, Andy, eh? I always say.
Go ahead, caller. Lennox, mute your phone, your thing there. Go ahead, caller. We hear you.
Right. And I'm telling this UNC government, always deal with the PNM as always see fit. Right? Get rid of them. Don't only talk. Deal with them in a serious matter. Otherwise, they're going to get mashed up. And the next 2-3 days is the 20th of July or the 27th or whatever day they had the coup. And this government has to watch themselves, you know. All right. And all this racial statement that the PNM making and inciting violence and rioting in this country, and this government not doing nothing about it. It's a shame upon them. Eh? And all this phone in the prison, nobody can deal with it, and this new commissioner of police, he give the advice to the president. That's what I'm hearing. But this government is a waste of time in Andy.
No, me agree with that at all. They don't waste of time. No, they don't waste of time, government at all. I'm not agreeing with you at all with that. Punch and Bayram, I'm not agreeing.
Yeah.
Morning, caller.
Yeah, pleasant morning again, Andy. Andy, what you're saying is so true. And what I want to know, seeing that the government, we know, put a new commissioner of police in there. The commissioner of police don't have the authority. Where's Mr. Alexander, Homeland Security? Where's Mr. Sturge? They're supposed to have a press conference, and the commissioner is supposed to be at the side of them, and the prime minister or the head of security, which is one of Mr. Sturge or Mr. Alexander, laying that to the public. That ain't supposed to come out just so, Andy. Something wrong there, brother. Who give the commissioner of police the authority and that sort of information for him to do that? The commissioner, come on, Andy. This thing is seeing, you're smelling it, you're hearing it.
It's a PNM mischief. It's a PNM mischief. Let them get you.
I want to watch all them big wig on them. Because how the commissioner, we just trying as a commissioner of police, but he wouldn't tell the world for state of emergency. Where that coming from? Where that coming from, Andy? Them people and them trying to cover up the tracks. They try to dismantle the government so they go get locked up, Andy. They realize the government going at them. So it's everything they're doing in the powers to destabilize this government, Andy. That ain't supposed to happen at all. We, the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, cannot take that as legitimate because we are here from the state. The commissioner of police was not appointed by the government. Who give you the authority?
Boy.
Who give you that authority, Andy Williams?
Oh, Lord. This commissioner of police now come in, boy, and he already so quick. You get evidence that you can't handle it. You don't come. Good morning, caller. Where are you calling from? What's your contribution on the ground report this morning?
Morning, Andy. Morning, Mr. Freeport here. Andy, it is alleged that the UNC activists and their life is in danger. And do not be so surprised. I keep saying it anytime I call. The PNM trying to destabilize this country. They're trying to do all kind of things. And you could see it showing up big, that they creating a racial tension in the country. And this only happened since PNM lost election. So we had to be on the lookout for these people and them. I would never, if anybody tell me, yes, that the PNM MPs and them created that, because you could see the intention when they're making the comment, negative comment, racial comment. How long this country going on with this same kind of imbalance in people being hired and whatever? He never had this kind of problem. Everything used to be good. Whether it have 10 Indian and 2 African or 20 African and 5 Indian, it never had this kind of problem. But from the time PNM lose election, everything gone upside down. But the whole problem is the information that coming out, they don't want it come out. They want to stop it. So, but they don't know how to stop it, so they're causing all kind of mischief. And there's a lot of people in high offices is PNM. So they would try to destabilize this country.
Thank you very much. Next caller, morning caller. Where are you calling from? What's your contribution?
Blessed morning, Andy. Blessed morning, Mikey.
Morning.
That caller we cut out with that Biram talk with this morning, he agree with the government. Andy.
Hey.
I agree with the board, the MDC board. I see PNM Ransom more there. I see PNM Iowa Georgia coming later when we keeping up the fire blazing, getting tear gas. He come on the stage, he show off a jacket like Michael Jackson. You have one there. You have one a PNM jersey or anything, a UNC jersey on top, and present a rose, and he on a board already. So all my strong UNC activists who fighting, they're not on a board. Lennox could go on our boards. You could go on our boards without my boy heavy duty. Either man party in the culture. So we're gonna reactivate them. So the only people getting through about. And they must have come and tell us cuss and bonfire. You know, I scare, we say I don't really care, you know. So I look to understand. Feel UNC activists on them too. I buy George and Ransom, all of them must spear them by. I go on by.
Oh Lord. Oh Lord.
The lines are open. Oh my God, let me just finish off these days. Go ahead, caller. Morning.
Good morning, son. I want to tell the country one thing. I won't be long. Don't fear nothing. PNM, the scare people, they want to do the worst thing to see that the people frightened in the country. I tell the country, they cannot do nobody nothing. Nobody be afraid of them. And I'm telling all the activists and all the UNC people, do not pray nobody and nothing.
Next caller, pleasant good morning to you. Caller, where you calling from? What's your contribution on the Gong Report this morning?
Good morning, Andy. Good morning, Mr. Lennox. Good morning, Mike and everybody on the live. Andy, here we're going on now. You see this whole situation, this whole Mike and about Commissioner, Police and State Emergency. This thing rank with PNM. Let me tell you something, eh? You see all of this bacchanal going on? It's because it has so much corruption. When I tell you corruption in this country, among all them big wigs and them will do any and everything to ensure that them don't see blue lights and silver bracelets. And you see all this bacchanal is because of these things. That's what really going on there. Because you can't tell me that you have a government in place, a government intact, right? And this kind of information coming out. We ain't hearing from the Prime Minister, we ain't hearing from Homeland Security, which is really good in the country. And instead of fake news, what kind of stupidness is this? This is not again, man. The anti-camps are put on shift. and deal with these things, and deal with it, because these people and them intention is to destabilize Trinidad and Tobago, That is them intention to destabilize this country, because the corruption is so rank and so stink in this country. It begin and stinks to the high heavens, Anyway, I go on. God bless.
Morning, caller. Caller, good morning. We are hearing you.
Yes, good morning to the Crown Report. Pleasant morning. I call in on this government to try to put their own president in the president house. That woman is not for the UNC. She's a PNM president. And she's doing all our powers to try to keep the PNM there. We want that president to resign, come up from the people building, and let us put our own president. You understand? And I'm going to tell the PNM, God move them out of power. God move PNM. Let's go to drive Satan from heaven. Just so get rid of the PNM. We want to one of the PNM good. And I'm going to tell them PNM opposition. When I'm in Parliament, stay quiet and sit down. And listen to the wicked things that they do to this country. Don't get up and ball when the government talking about all they do, all they want about standing order. I don't know standing order. All in the opposition, they guilty. It's alleged. Or you can't take it, or you have to get, we don't want all in power again. Get out of office, stay home. You see how you'll bring a sister not in parliament? I'm glad she's often used the one day attorney general. You understand? And the one day prime minister. All of them are guilty. Take out all the money or the thief and give the CPAP workers. Get them, give the CPAP workers money. Or they only going and playing for yourself and using the poor people as a front. Or using all the poor people as a front and making people, all government fire the CPAP. What already turn the country upside down. Level everybody, close them. The army oil company, what all the divers? All they ever come out and protest about the divers who wrong. And all the people who suffer in this country on the rowdy, burden bill of the government, they may break, you will live and who dead. Rowdy are cursed, they never got cursed. And that woman who claims the opposition leader for the PNM, she and all say for 10 years, she never do nothing, 30 years in politics.
I want to correct you on one thing, sir. The president have no power without the prime minister, whether it be PNM or we, giving them that power. So if a state of emergency was declared, it have been that the prime minister gave her the go ahead, because she couldn't have done that without the prime minister giving her that go ahead. Okay?
All right, thanks for the correction.
All right, no problem. Morning caller. Morning caller.
Good morning, ground report.
Good morning to you.
Keith Rowley said Trinidadians are stupid. I want them to stand up and show him that they're not stupid. It's just a distraction. Where are we money? We want our money. It's just a distraction. Please, guys. That's all they're doing is the distraction. Everything they're coming with is to distract from looking for the money.
All right, let's continue again.
Morning, gentlemen. Well said, Mother Bernie. Well said, Caronage. You understand? You know, I hearing this thing. I don't know if it's fake news or what. But as they say, in every rumor it has some truth. You understand? You know, Caronage go to the top of the class. Andy, let me tell you now, this government was democratically elected by the majority of people of Trinidad and Tobago. They got a mandate to see about this country for 5 years. And let me tell you this, Andy. 5 years is 5 years. 5 years, not a day, not a month, it's not a day less. You understand? And let me tell you this. I hear what his name is, Manet had say Trinidad and Tobago is a very difficult country to govern. But you see this government, they are so good and so kind and so fair and so balanced. But I want them to get, I want them to get tough. I want them to get real bad, you understand? And let these PNM people know they are the government and they have to have respect regardless of who you are, what you are, you have to abide by the law. All your custom being too nasty and too lawless for too many years, and now all you getting good governance, all you want to come and jumpy everything. Government, all you get tough. Get to do all you have to do, say what you have to say, and no, all you will be criticized, but all you don't care. Study about the people in this country who want good governance and who give all you hear, the permission or the whatever, the power to govern this country. You understand? We fed up since UNC came into government. Every day is a different set of nonsense. Yeah? What is wrong with these people? As long as PNM is in opposition, they don't intend to let the government in this country have peace. They have been doing it all the time. They did it in Pandey time. They did it when Kamala Prasad Bisesa was in government in 2010 and 15. Every day they do everything in the power. But let me tell all you this now. Not this time. Not this time. You understand? Get all your police, the police service, get the army, let them come out on the street. And let them come out. And why are they playing soft? Why are they playing soft? Start putting handcuffs on these people. Here don't belong to them. We want to live in peace, and they intend to stabilize the country and stabilize the government every day. Start getting rough, start getting tough. That is why people just curse Trump. But I just say, see, Trump doing all what you have to do. He's terrorizing the world. And people saying this, government saying that. Hey, you see he budget? You have to be tough if you're a government. And you have to know, you have to do what is best for the country and the people of the country. And whoever the hell wants to criticize you, let them criticize you. You have to do what you have to do. You cannot be soft. You hear? When you look at it, as Mother Bernie was saying in 1990, when Nara was in government, that is the only time we had the uprising. Every time you see PNM is in opposition, is no peace. All you care on a country, all you so accustomed with all your gang thing, all you so accustomed with lawbreakers in high places, and all of them want to continue keeping the position. All of them want to continue running their racket. All of them want to continue breaking the law. You understand? All of them, even the ones in jacket and tie and all kind of underhand rackets. You hear? They want it to continue. We want it to stop. We want it to stop. And government, people, everybody, let us stand up and fight. Let us let PNM know not this time. They do it every time they're in opposition, not this time. And government, all you know the power of a government, all you know the power of a government, UNC like all you don't know all your power. And don't try to please nobody. Don't try to be nice, because you see in this country, you cannot please the ones on top, because all of them is gangsters, all of them is lawbreakers, all of them want to destabilize the country for their own personal need. You understand? So government, all I'm telling all you this morning, be strong, be tough, and do what all you have to do. And you know something? It's only when all you show them that all you have the guts, all you have the belly to take them in the jacket and tie and put handcuff on them, then people will have respect. Let me tell you this now. People have no respect for soft man and soft woman. So all you decide what all you're going to do. You understand? Because you see me right now? All of them in PNM should be put in jail. They are out of government, and they're not going to use anybody or anything or any situation to destabilize this government. You all were elected by the people for 5 years. You understand? And let them know that you're not in the government, and all you're going to do what you have to do. And all the analysts and the journalists and all who have picked for 10 years, let them break. Let the jackasses break. Do what all you have to do. We out here, as Mother Bernie said, we are praying for all you. We are supporting all you. And we expect all you to be strong and be tough. As all you made an oath, all you have to do what all you have to do without fear or favor. Come on, people. Come on, my government. God is with you. We the people are supporting you. And let me tell you now, you have to have war to have peace. You understand? When them talking about war, we talking about a different kind of war. Because the war is to make sure we go clean up Trinidad and Tobago. Blessings.
Good morning, caller. Where are you calling from? What's your contribution on the ground report this morning?
Good morning. Good morning to the ground report.
Lennox Smith, Andy Williams, Mickie K, and a very good morning to the whole of Trinidad and Tobago. My contribution is just this. Prime Minister Murthy, and this is my contribution. Have a God bless day today.
Thank you very much. Next caller, pleasant good morning to you. What's your contribution on the ground report this morning?
Morning. Good morning, Mr. Andy Pitbull Williams. Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Good morning, everybody. Andy?
Yeah.
I was watching the Facebook there just now. I see a short clip. There's some state of emergency. Just jump off there. You could shed some light on that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Everybody have a great day. Thank you.
All right, it's truth. It's truth. And that's why people will be confused. That was to come from the government. That was to come out fly by night of anyhow. So right now people want to know, and people now speculating, the PNM president, they're speculating this new police commissioner, they're speculating who gave advice, they're speculating if PNM have a hand in this. It was never to come out the way this thing come out. This is a fact. Morning caller. Next caller. Morning caller. Where are you calling from? And what's your contribution on the ground report this morning?
Morning to Trinidad.
Yes, we are hearing you loud and clear. Morning to you.
Yeah, partner. Do you see this thing real out of time, and partner? This commissioner do have a clue. He do have an idea what to do. You understand? They making Trinidad look bad. And when you have the world talk about Trinidad, they want to grumble and they want to vex. This is deja vu going on here in Trinidad. The last time Mother take over this place, the same thing started to happen. Which she kind of she leave these people, she leave this demon on them. And they infiltrate. And all the good she do, every good she do, we only last 5 years. We can't make that happen again, Trinidad boy. We children and we grandchildren going and feel it. Thank you.
Oh, Lord. No! The Ground Report with Mickie K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Bang, 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 bang.
Good morning, caller. Where are you calling from? What's your contribution on the ground report this morning?
Hi, good morning, sir. To the esteemed gentleman that's sitting on the table. I just wanted to say this morning, we ought to remember, please don't forget that, remember a couple of days ago, Karim Marcel said war. He cried war on Trinidad and Tobago and the government. And also remember that a sitting senator
Also remember it about a certain senator
who talked about his two children rifles, and after that the people who spoke about it, what happened to them? So let us wake up and smell the coffee this morning. Thank you, gentlemen.
The Ground Report with Mickie K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Good morning, caller. Where are you calling from? And what's your contribution on the ground report this morning?
Good morning, Andy. Mickie K, Lennox Smith, and Tobago Central here. Pleasant. Good morning. Andy, it is so nice to listen to this solid, nice, educated platform called the Ground Report once every single morning. Andy, I have some issues and front burners to draw to Trinidad and Tobago attention. Right? People doing all kind of things to make this country, this government look bad, right? Now, what happened, Andy? Last night I had went to the Shagona Cell facility with 2 family members, right? Trinidad and Tobago, listen carefully what I'm saying, right? Here what's going on. We went inside there with our family members 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm sorry, 7 o'clock last night. Right? And left there this morning. Right? You understand what's going on here? You see these workers and they went inside of the Shaguana's health facility. We calling on the government for them to send some serious people to investigate these people and them inside of there. There is a young lady, we noticed something. She went and she did. And I hope she listened to what we're saying. Because somebody recorded you what it is you did. You came inside of there with one of your family members. The lawyer. And everybody on them grounds, otherwise the lawyer. You was one of the clerk and them who doesn't see about the attendee people and them who come to the hospital to register them. Right? You come here with your family member, see a whole bungalow place full up with people. You walk in like you belly, carry in your family, get the file from the file room, take off your family member and walk into the health facility with the doctors and them, see about your people and you walk back out. This is actually one hospital we drawing the attention with what going on with concerning this. You see this kind of madness? This needs to stop. We're calling on the government, our government, to send in serious people when they work in these type of shifts, to let them have serious people to watch over these, supervise these people and them. Some of them doctors and them, also, remember, all they take an oath to see about people, and you see that wickedness, all they don't have a stigma already, all they giving wrong medication, they should go on a health facility, all they buck up on all they self, There are a lot of the attendants as well too, and they're on the phone, they're in a corner, they're talking to people, they're going shopping all over the night. And the patients and them have to be pushed around the old family members instead of the hospital there. Right? And this is a mad thing going on. It's all health facilities going on with these things. And we're calling on the government to deal with it, please. We need serious people to watch over these people and them, and the doctors and them is very unfair to Andy. They're taking the files and the people who come in wheeling the shift. Right? And here what they're saying that they're doing something from 1 to 5, some scale based on your situation you're coming in the hospital for. Imagine a man like on the ground bawling, vomiting, bitter, bilious, all kind of things. And nobody not attending to this man. Right? It's only when the man like on the ground and bawling, then they come and attend to him and say about him. The doctors and them taking a file and keep flipping it and putting it way back down. People inside of them fail to realize people inside of them who working with them letting patients know what's taking place. And this 1 to 5 thing with the scale about, based on the situation, we are saying no, if a person coming short breath, bleeding, them kind of thing, other patients will understand what's going on and Trinidad and Tobago. Don't play all running up all this time because we people ain't biting nice, I am one individual will stand for a whole country and I ain't afraid that, Because you see what CNS belongs, let it be. You see this on level of CNS, that's why we get rid of the stinking, dirty piping sprung in, here on our country, dead cold at the PNM government. We get rid of them for that once and for all. You understand? Everything otherwise, the people, some of them on the ground, under the last administration, try to make the government look bad. All the time, batting all the quick, because here what's going on. Technology advanced, and we could start to shine up all them, pull it up with it. We afraid that, we see the doctor flipping patients and putting people quite in the back of it. Imagine a whole patient area there. Clear up. My family members still waiting on another session coming again. Clear up. So the clear time. The clear time in there, they sit down there waiting on the time going. You want to know what's going on? People who come in for the extra problem than what them coming for, come and get you and gone. What kind of wrong side madness is this? We're not accepting that. And Shaguana's health facility, all that button, all that crease, people will set a post up all there and let people know that the country know who doing these things. Because all they have to find and pop in it. Let people know what they're doing, all they take out, all do the work the right way. Right? Don't play bringing all their family members there and leaving people rolling on the ground and bawling for pain and crying. If they only had blood tests that come out, they'll come out and I see them things after then and I say, but what mad is really going on here, boy? What kind of mad wrong side behavior going on there? Because nobody's supervisor, nobody's anybody doing anything then. And the old people talking about it. So it's not like something ain't sure You understand? And I want all the other facilities and big hospital and an election. Stop dealing with the patients and them on fear. It is wrong. Only know the blood coming here at certain time, deal with them and let them go away. At the end of the day, people need to be deal fairly. And if they cannot do it, all we're saying we as the citizens in this country is looking on, and we're going to start a poor here and put label all and say exactly who is this individual, where department are working, what building they're located in. Because at the end of the day, this thing has to stop, Andy. We're pleading for our government to start sending serious supervisors on each ship. Right? If you still have people taking the complaints, like if there's something going wrong in the health facility and whatever, Trinidad and Tobago, I hope all they listen and all they do the same too. Bring all the beats and all their belly. We passed this for the 9+ years, and we intend to go down that road no more with no. We don't know how to call them again. Because like them trying to please the last administration, they're trying to make this administration look bad at all. And the next thing too, Andy, we find we Prime Minister picking on these places and them at all on the wall. Why we only seeing the President? Why we only seeing Shipeke on the wall? We would like to see our Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Mrs. Kamala Persad-Vicessa, on that wall. On every health facility. Trinidad and Tobago, they watch it and see for themselves. A real man for this morning, Andy. You understand? That is madness. Even the children and all too, all they leaving way behind for late time. You hear all they don't give people wrong medication down here. But batting all the crease and I tell all they we are taking that on us.
All right. Oh boy.
So Trinidad and Tobago, just remember with one nation, one people, one love, Andy. We like how we rolling. We going fight down. When I say fight down, they're trying to fight down with government, but we go push back harder because we people that go way more than these people and they're telling themselves days. You understand? We don't back down just so. So Trinidad and Tobago unity is the code. Remember we rolling with anti-cans all the way. Don't sit down for no nonsense. Talk out all the business and say what they like and what they don't like. We watching and we looking on. Trinidad and Tobago, we look on and listen, and it's that.
Bang, 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 bang.
Good morning, caller. Where are you calling from? What's your contribution on the Gong Report this morning?
Yes, Andy morning. Oh Lord, I can't believe the Santa Cruz time. I want to get through. I was calling the direct line all the time. Anyway, blessings. Andy, I want, the people do not seem to understand. They're not getting it. They're not receiving it. UNC, the United National Congress, is the government of Trinidad and Tobago. Being a government is a serious business. You have the responsibility of a nation, and the people of the nation to say about. You have to do what is right for the people. And I hear you talking about the government should have come out and make the statement before. Yes, we know that UNC is a responsible government, but we have to face the fact it have plenty of them PNM till they're dead in this country who working day after day to destabilize the government. That is another problem, apart from all the mess that they made for 10 years. They're here right now and they want to continue. But this government have to realize they have a responsibility. They are the boss. They are in charge. Our government is very, very, very powerful. You understand? And all you're looking to do things to please this one and to please this one and to listen to all the negative. All you have to be strong and do all you have to do. Don't be afraid. When all you do, all you have to do, vex the vex. You understand? You said, Andy, that I was saying that they should have come out and said anything. But it's the people who, one time they get everything, they're running and they put it in the public domain.
Yes, that's what they do. That is what vexing me. I find we government wasn't taking no yes, no, until they're ready and set to think because the president and the TTPS make mischief out of this that are everybody out of the open. And at this point, we ain't get a statement from the government yet. So it's not coming across good, Mammy Road broke. These PNM operatives we have there, them was glad to do this stupidness, boy.
Exactly. Exactly. And they're not stopping. But the government had to get on like Trump. They say they hate Trump and say Trump is a man. This government had to get tough. Fire them. Once you see they're doing wrong thing, fire them. Who the hell they think they are? Trinidad and Tobago does not belong to the PNM and all the people that they still have in high places. And they vex when the government come and put the people on the different board. It is a whole story about trust, Andy. We cannot trust these PNM people in this country. And until the government let them know, find out who it is, they are lost to govern everything in this country. And don't be afraid to fire them. When you fire them, they go cost you, they go call you this or this. Because let me tell all you this. This UNC government was elected for 5 years. All you know how much is 5 years? It's long, but it's short, but it's long. And let me tell all you this now. They're not moving from there for the next 5 years. They have work to do, and they start working, and in the 2 months they do more than the PLM do in 10 years. You understand? And if all you think now it's like 1990, or if all you feel now is like in 2010 to 2015, all you think again. You see that team that Camilla Prasad Bisessa have there, they may know damn fool. Yeah? The only problem with them, all you stop being nice. Expect to be cussed. And all the analysts and the F and the gist, all of them go get pip, and every minute they come in with something. Annie, you look at it. You ever see CNC3 coming every minute with Marvin? I say Marvin and them is the government. Every minute he's paying them and something. All you the people, all you we have power, start boycotting these people, start boycotting all who advertising on CNC3 and TV6 and in the Guardian. Let me start acting. Everybody had to do their part to make sure we get the Trinidad and Tobago that we want. Because these people, they have no respect. They have no shame. They have nothing good. Nothing good about. So every day they feel they go. The government now they now started their work. So it's every day they go come with something new. It has to stop, Andy. Lock up who you have to lock up, charge who you have to charge, jail who you have to jail, and who vex, they vex. You understand? They're talking about war. We're to fight a different war. Fight fire with fire. All you see, all you meeting I want to do, all your job without fear or favor, stop fearing them. Yeah, when you see, looking around, he was a beast, and everybody used to stay in the lane. Now all you get good, decent, intelligent, productive people to run the country. All you saw accustomed to all your low-life, labestarian nastiness for 10 years. All you wanted to continue. Well, here now, we want it fixed. That is why we vote for UNC. We want it fixed. We expect them to fix it. We know they're going to fix it. And we are going to stop letting all your haters, all your destroyers, all your gangsters, all your bandits, all your crooks, we're going to stop letting all you be interfering every day in the wealth making this country the country that it want to be. Everybody has to do all their part. We fed up all, Government, let me tell all get up. Do all you have to do, and guess what? Who vex all you vex? Forward ever, backward never. We going forward. And plenty all you get ready to go in jail. Blessings, Andy.
Thank you very much, caller. Morning, caller.
Hello, Andy. Good morning to you and Lennox. Don't worry, the government have everything under control. Regardless whatever little missteps happen, they will come and clear it up. So let me get ahead of ourselves. I'm too excited and too emotional. Right? The government is well capable of handling whatever it is forthcoming. You understand the PNM? As a matter of fact, the PNM is not threatening. But all them come with a sort of vague, versatile rhetoric and narrative, and it's bouncing back. So like more the PNM come out, Gaspy, Dolly, Marva, and all of them, it's working in favor of the government because they're putting the foot in the mouth. So the more they come out and talk, it's better. It's just the few sycophants will absorb that. But the real intelligent people, No, like, look at Speedolly come out the food card and the access to this and how to get it. The amount of she get with that because people know what they did. So it is in contrast with what this government doing against what they're doing. That's why they're there where they are at present. So, and people forget, people keep reminding them of what they did. So it won't take no traction in whatever stupid strategy they're trying. So it's failure right through. So don't panic.
Partner, it's not about panicking, you know. It's not about panicking or anything. How it is it come across? All right, but what's showing is how it come across, how this happen really and truly bring the nation into panic. It's a fact because that information was never to come out from no TTPS or no president or the media, the PNM media. This information remember it was a recommendation and then it had to be endorsed. This information was to come out from the government of Trinidad and Tobago. Is what we supposed to be hearing that from first. Because it get to do exactly what the PNM operatives, whether it be the TTPS or whether it be in President House, it get to do what the objective in which they wanted it to do, which is to panic the nation. So let me don't mix it. They get you with it.
You're quite correct, but when the Prime Minister and whoever it is come out and make the press conference, all of that will be clarified in a certain way.
Okay.
Yeah, all of that will be clarified.
All right. Go ahead, next caller.
Yes, Andy. Andy, good morning. I just called to remind earlier about how you remember when PNM was in government, Okasi Paul, how they sent police and army to surround she and have she inside she house and she couldn't move, squawk or do anything. You remember Chandra Sharma when Rowley took a teacup and pelted him in Parliament in the kitchen? You remember the Chief Justice, the Indian guy, Sam Sharma? You remember what they do to him too? Right? You remember what they did to Pandey? The PNM government do all this to these people, right? Lock up Pandey. You just think about who pulling the strings. This commissioner of police at Kamala them put there. Something about that man when I watch, I do not trust that man because all of them have in the vein running PNM blood. Right? Because how this thing could carry out just so I could understand what you're saying, Andy. How this thing could carry out just so because the Prime Minister is more powerful than the President. People that say it's the President, no, it's the Prime Minister. And they have to have a press conference this morning.
So you understand what I'm saying? You understand? The information was never to come out before that the protocol, before the government.
That's right. That's right. And they have to call a press conference early this morning concerning that. Because PNM inciting war. You see that little young man who I don't know how he get his love thing? That man inside, and we go war, and it go be war, and the way how that man, that boy talk, I was so like angry. He don't know nothing. He's a Johnny come lately in Parliament, and you inciting that as soon as you come in there, you're supposed to stay quiet and listen what's going on. The PNM government is only about propaganda and about spreading rumors and inciting war on Trinidad and Tobago. But Ms. Kamala Prasad says she have all power, she have all authority to lay down, fire the commissioner of police. You cannot go against the Prime Minister. I don't know if you get thing from the Prime Minister, but he cannot do anything without the Prime Minister's permission and the Attorney General permission, and then go before Christine Kangaloo. And one last thing, I went to Antec office, I went Wassa office, and you know I haven't seen Kamala picture up. I only see the Kangaloo picture up. I asked how much months? April, May, June, July, 3 months. And they put up our Prime Minister picture. I started to make noise inside Wassa. I said, but this is madness. This is madness. are looking on in TV. I want to see this press conference this morning. I can't understand that. I think with you, Andy, I don't understand this. How this commissioner of police and the PNM blood running.
Watchman, Beulah, even if it is we government, because we know they're doing the right thing, we know we trust our prime minister and our judgment being the head of the security council. But what we also know is that I am sure she was never expecting that coming out of the TTPS and out of the president house, that leakage so quick without them being able to address the country. That was wrong. That was wrong.
Put one and one together. So you see the president, she's the one inciting. Take the gospel of the PNM and carry it in your home and in your village and all over. Now this commissioner of police, now they have to investigate that boy, and Kamala have to put down she foot on fire. And you see the press media, you're giving them too much coverage. You're giving them, oh God, Miss Kamala for some disaster. God put you there for a reason, and you need to lay it out. The Bible says separate yourself from wicked people. And that's what you have to do. Separate yourself from wicked people. You see them, pluck them out, root them out, and get rid of them. He given you all authority to do that. And do it. That's my contribution.
Thank you very much. And tie the issue I am on. For God's sake, that is the problem that I have in. Because if it had come out by the Honorable Prime Minister and this new government, the people of Trinidad and Tobago wouldn't have been thinking like this, talking like this, because it would have been explained first. But the PNM mischief and the mischief makers in President House and in the TTPS, they leak that. They leak it. A damn vex boy.
Bang, 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 bang.
The Ground Report with Mickie K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Lennox Smith, you talk by the time, you know. Let me organize, and I feel we looking off early, you know. Because I'm really going to do a live, you know, boy. I'm going by a police station and stand up and do a live, you know. That information was never to come out by the TTPS nor the President House. That was to stay concealed until the government, the head of the National Security Council, or the Defense Minister, or Homeland Security Minister, announced something like that. What that do is that premature move put the country in panic. It's just not feeling right. Go ahead, Lennox Smith.
That is exactly what I was saying. That the question of panic must be uppermost in the mind of any administrator and any government official. And therefore the ease of the population, the comfort of the population, the sanity of the population is a fundamental responsibility of a government. And we see that in other sphere of governmental administration. For example, if salaries are late, you normally, of course, will alleviate or try to reduce any kind of anxiety. If, of course, a bank, particularly if it's a government bank that has some fiscal or monetary difficulty, again, a normal circumstance, they ask people not to have a run on the bank and not to try to go and take out all the money and everybody at the same time. It will destroy the bank, and therefore there is a responsibility for all the public relations, if you want to call that, the communication elements of the state in this case, to work overtime in order to appease and to, of course, generate a sense of calm. In this particular case, and even if the police had to make, of course, this statement, which I cannot see they doing it without being in concert with the government and the minister in particular, who will, of course, in turn get instructions from the National Security Council, because this is a national security matter, and therefore the National Security Council, headed by the Prime Minister by virtue of opposition, must be part and parcel or seek advice as to the timing as to when this information will be delivered to the population. This is a tragedy, yes, I agree. It is extremely unfortunate. And who would have given, of course, the police cannot now say that they are independent of everybody else, and that therefore nobody can tell them when to issue a statement stating to advise the government to, of course, institute a state of emergency. That simply does not happen. So really and truly is a kind of right shoe on the left foot and the left shoe on the right foot kind of scenario, and everything seemed to be awkward. I have no bones about it. We wait, people, for the press conference. What time it's supposed to be? Not 8:30. So it is going on now.
Man, me ain't see no press conference, you know. I check your thing there.
I will check as well.
I ready to let me lock off today. Then. Let me lock off. Let
me check and see if there is anything that I could, or people can tell us if there is in fact a press conference taking place.
May I see nothing, Mark? No press conference here. Let me see.
I did see the press conference from yesterday. I've seen that. I'm seeing one day ago, right? Nothing to suggest that there is a press conference taking place now as we speak.
It's about press conference?
No, that was yesterday. That one is yesterday's press conference.
Now look, I see one here just now. There's real stupidness. Again, one here. Right, well, yeah, I'm putting up a press conference here.
When I received this information, it was most troubling to me. I had to approach the National Security Council last night. And when I addressed the National Security Council, I later had a briefing with the Prime Minister and the Attorney General and made a recommendation. And this recommendation was made with a heavy heart to ask the Prime Minister and the Attorney General to accede to my request to have a state of emergency placed on Trinidad and Tobago, and particular emergency powers placed in the hands of law enforcement to treat with the threat. They would have agreed, and the President last night would have signed that proclamation, and I would have received it. Following which, my men and myself would have hit the ground running, and I, just having returned from the maximum security prison at Aruca, where I would have personally supervised the extraction of those gang leaders to be placed in another facility where they would now be housed, one where they would not have access to the liberal communication that they were using to facilitate this reign of terror upon the great citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. More so, we have seen recent acts of kidnapping and homicides being perpetrated against our citizenry that we have been able to trace back to this organized crime syndicate. And as your Commissioner of Police, I cannot in all good conscience stand before you at any given time knowing what I know and not take definitive action against it. Today marks the 18th of June, 1 month in the seat. I must say that I am grateful for the outpouring support that I have received from the public. And today would have been a day that I had planned, and I still plan to, commend and award officers who, during the past month since I've been in office, recovered over 30 firearms off the streets. And that award ceremony, I have not cancelled it, even though I didn't sleep last night, but it is my intention to commend these officers and award them today, and I'm inviting you, the members of the media, to join us after in that ceremony. These are hard-working officers. These are the frontline officers that I often speak about. And they took, and not only took firearms off the street, but they arrested persons and placed them before the court. And that is why I am proud of them to the point where I feel there's a need to commend them. I do not wish to labor this much longer, but I will now open the floor to questions. I see Mr. McBurney chomping at the bits. Go ahead, sir. Just know that I've been going on probably 28 hours without sleep, right?
Well, I guess the one of the first questions I noticed in the media release and what you said just now, although you briefed the National Security Council, this comes less than 12 hours after the Homeland Security Minister would have said there is no uptick or upsurge in crime. What do you say to that? And it comes just, what, 2 or 3 months after the last state of emergency ended as well. So, what are your thoughts on that? And also, was the Homeland Security Minister consulted? Did you all have any sort of, one-on-one conversations in terms of allocation of resources, etc., going forward?
All right, so that's a real mouthful. So I'll try to bite it one piece. Firstly, the Homeland Security Minister was absolutely correct when he said that there's no uptick in crime. The crime statistics actually are lower in comparison to last year and year before. So that's a no-brainer. With regards to conversations with the Homeland Security Minister about strategies going forward, strategies are sometimes better felt than spoken about. If I have a crime strategy, I would not want to come before you, the media, and advertise the crime strategy, because then it would come to naught. So there are strategies in play. And with regards to this state of emergency coming on the heels of another, this has nothing to do, absolutely nothing to do with any particular threat to a politician, any particular threat to any group of persons outside of what I mentioned here to you, that there are a group of criminals in our society, some of them behind bars and some of them on the outside, form themselves into an amalgamated unit of an organized crime syndicate and intent on wreaking havoc on the good citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. I hope that answers your question.
Commissioner, good morning.
Ms. Paul, good morning to you.
Now, the press release from the TTP has indicated that there is no curfew in effect, but can you spell out the parameters under which the SOE is now going to take effect? What powers, what can citizens expect, and what powers does the police, law enforcement actually have again now? Additional powers, I should say.
The additional powers of the police, we, as per all state of emergencies, can now enter the premises of persons without a search warrant. And that is one of the key things that we must take into consideration, in particular with this state of emergency and the reason why it was asked for. Curfew. I have decided that that is not an issue with regards. I want the good citizens of Trinidad and Tobago to continue to enjoy their lifestyle without placing any undue sort of strain on them with regards to how they live, and we love to party and we love to socialize and all of that. So I would love to see Trinidad and Tobago continue. The persons who have to be concerned are the criminals, because this is what that particular SOE and the emergency powers geared to and aimed at targeting. So you, the good citizen, and all the good citizens that you know, Ms. Paul, have no reason to fear.
Commissioner, you mentioned just now that you all went to the prisons and would have moved the prisoners, etc., the ones who you think may be involved. The persons who they will be collaborating with on the outside, Do you think that have you all started rounding? Have the police started rounding these people up, or do you think by announcing this they've gotten a head start and they will now be able to go into hiding, etc.?
So since 12:02 this morning, when I received the proclamation, at 12:05 my men already started covert and overt operations throughout the country. So the part with me coming from the prison was just a part of that. This is not an SOE of reaction. It is an SOE with proaction. So even whilst I was approaching the Prime Minister and the Attorney General to take action, I was hopeful and placed things in position to act immediately.
Mr. Guevara, just by chance, I know you said you made mention that certain persons were gang leaders were moved from the MSP in Aruca. Is it possible to get a number or even an average number of how many persons were moved this morning?
I will not be giving that information because I do not want to place any particular spotlight and give rise to any particular names being published that I do not want out into the public. We don't want to make these people famous, you know.
No, not necessarily.
Nah, not at all.
If there's an average number of persons, even if you don't want to give a specific number, if it's more than the 12, yeah.
I will hold out from that. I will hold away from that question now. Just know that they are safely incarcerated in a place where communication is now limited.
Commissioner, good morning. CNC3 News. Is there any information that there are members of the National Security Service who are part and parcel of this plot?
That is a very interesting question. And if I was to answer that question and tell you no, I would be lying to you and the members of the public. Because how else would Ms. Martin and her team, almost on a weekly basis, be finding phones inside of the same cells? So there are persons who seem hell-bent on facilitating the communication of these persons with the outside. So by removing them from that environment and placing them in one where they are a lot more secure, I can feel rest assured that that communication link is broken.
No, we have a state of emergency in place now. You said the inmates on the inside will move to a secure location where they can't communicate with others. Why wasn't that enough to address the situation?
Because they have persons on the outside. Remember I said they form themselves into an organized syndicate. Persons on the outside and persons on the inside working together. This is a big money thing, you know. Kidnapping, home invasions, extortions, the infiltration of URP gangs and state contracts. These are the things that they are using to fund. And guess what they're buying with the money? More guns to come after you. And that is what we want to prevent. So I would urge Trinidad and Tobago to work alongside the TTPS in bringing this to some successful closure.
No, I couldn't help but notice on your arm there's a emblem that resembles the Punisher sign. Right? What if
I am not Punisher?
Well, what if anything is going to be done or in place to prevent or to mitigate the reports of or instances of abuse of power by the members of the
Let us not be presumptive and believe that that is the direction we are going. I want Trinidad and Tobago to feel safe. I don't want to presume that my officers will go there and abuse the citizens. And if any reports of that come to my attention, I will treat with it. We have processes and procedures in place. There's a DO called 14 of 2008. I almost know it verbatim. Disciplinary processes and procedures. So if you, as a member of the TTPS, should breach 14 of 2008 or any of the departmental orders or other legislation that govern us, policies, procedures, we have processes to deal with that. So fear not, good citizens of Trinidad and Tobago.
Now, will the TTPS be getting support from the Defense Force, and will we be getting increased manpower from the Defense Force during this? And also, will the Defense Force have powers of arrest, which is something that normally comes up during a state of emergency?
Yes, the Defense Force officers will have powers of arrest, similar to police officers during the emergency powers regulations. And yes, the CDS and I have spoken. He was present at the National Security Council meeting yesterday, and he has pledged full support for our efforts.
Are you able at this time to identify some of these specific targets that these criminals were aiming after?
So by giving rise to that information, I would then be placing that information into the public, which I don't want it to be. So that is one of the questions that I won't answer.
Now, this intelligence that you would have gathered about this plot, it was gathered during which period? Or how long ago? Was it just yesterday alone, or over a period of time?
So over a period of a couple months, bits and pieces of intelligence data came to bear. However, yesterday afternoon, a particular intelligence report came to my attention that had to be brought immediately before the National Security Council. So even though there were existing reports within the sphere of the intelligence data, yesterday's report was the, as they say, the proverbial straw that breaks the camel back. Yes, that's the one.
Now, usually, and on Monday he was on CNC3 News Morning Brew, and you spoke of,
from Guardian Media. Yeah.
You spoke of post-SOE, there seems to be a rise in criminal activity.
I never said
some level of normalcy, criminal normalcy.
Right, yes.
Right. What, if anything, can or will be done to ensure that this plot that has happened now, after the SOE, that there won't be a continuation?
What, if anything, would be there to what?
To ensure that after the SOE, after this thing has ended, that we won't see a return to this plot, a return to members of the national security apparatus bringing in cell phones into these cells and going back, as we like to say in Trinidad, spinning top in mud.
I am hopeful that the persons and the powers that be that have control over the individual organizations can treat with their individual problems, just as the TTPS continues to treat with its own problems, right? And for looking at the holistic view of it, those who are unable to treat with their individual problems, the TTPS will help them. And you know what we will do, right? Nice.
Make a tell me still.
They will face the court. Just as I said, the parents who cannot control their children, we will do what? Confine them. If they can't control the people who work under them, we'll confine them for them too. And the mere fact that I went to that prison this morning, it had plenty room. plenty room. I saw cells there with 8 and 10 double-deckers empty. So, that room.
Based on the intelligence, is there any connection between this, I want to use the word plot, and the last jailbreak that we had some years ago?
No, there is no information or intelligence to say that there is any link between the two.
And the last SOE again was called because of gang violence. Are you satisfied that that was properly dealt with, and are you confident that this state of emergency would properly deal with the scourge of gang violence?
All right, so let me be lucidly clear. The last SOE, as you said, was held to deal with gang violence. This particular SOE is being held to deal with a particular threat, even though it involves persons who have formed themselves into an organized crime syndicate, or I don't want to use the word gang, because it's bigger than a gang when you look at different entities coming together. I do not wish to say that it have any, because it's something totally different. This is a particular threat that I had to approach the National Security Council with, so I want to make that absolutely clear. This has nothing to do with gang violence. Yeah, I see your colleague trying to tell you, hey, pass the mic now, man, you're hogging the mic, what's going on?
Just one question for passing mic.
Hold on, you all working for the same media house?
You mentioned syndicate. Apart from the gangsters are part of this syndicate, could you identify some of the other players without obviously calling names?
So, how can I identify someone without calling names? You're asking me to name
other aspects of the syndicate. We know the gangsters. Who else are part of this syndicate?
Well, you mentioned it yourself. There are persons within even law enforcement that whose names may come up. There are persons who, and I don't want to like to use this word gang, we tend to give it a little rise to, gang. So the criminals outside there who form themselves into these little units and pretending to be bad boys out there, they have a lot of them and they like to give themselves all kind of pretty names, right? They even accused at one point in time, they said the TTPS was a gang, but nah, that is not the truth. We are here. Well, you see, I ain't pointing any fingers, right? That is you, eh?
Not the same as the PCA who said the biggest gang in the country was the TTPS.
All right. Like I can say, we are a group of committed professionals who continue to carry out our functions as it relates to the public.
Any businessmen or politicians part of the syndicate?
Now you're looking for me to call names. Next question.
Mr. Commissioner, you've been very specific in your wording and you've said that the SOE is necessary to combat a particular threat.
Particular threat.
The Constitution allows after the declaration 15 days. It may be without going to the House. So it may be preemptive to ask, but I still have to ask, is it that you have a time frame in mind to treat with this threat? As you mentioned, it's a particular threat that you're dealing with. And
so,
do you expect to be done within the 15 days, or you may have to go back?
So this is a very fluid situation. And as I mentioned before, at 12 last night is when I collected this document, and I've been up since then. So it rules. I was in the prison this morning, I was in other places, so it is fluid. I cannot give rise to a particular sunset date on this, but I can tell you the decision to put a sunset on this does not rest with the TTPS or the Commissioner of Police. It rests elsewhere. And I know I would be saying, I like to say that is somebody else's responsibility, but yeah, it's really somebody else's responsibility, right?
Commissioner, you've spoken about the fact that this organized syndicate is big business for them. Can you say whether or not the kidnapping of Sati Karim is in any way connected to this or is part of this?
I would want to be very cautious and not give rise to pointing any particular fingers, especially since the young lady is still in the hands of kidnappers. So let us stay away from that aspect. But you will be updated accordingly.
And well, just touching on that quickly, we saw on social media a buzz earlier this week with reports that there was a proof of life video, etc., that was sent to the family. I'm not sure if either you or probably Miss Martin as DCPI and I able to give an update on that particular investigation.
So I was hoping to keep this press briefing about the SOE and not stray into other realms. So let's try to rein in the questions and stick with what I'm sure the public want to hear about. Whether or not they could go out tonight and have that cold beer on the avenue, whether or not they could go and have the beach lime, whether or not the little house lime still on over the weekend. So let me stick with that one. I would not want to go down the realm of that. We could treat with that after.
Commissioner, lastly, there's a copy of a proclamation circulating online. Can you see whether or not that is in fact the proclamation that was issued?
I have not seen that copy of the proclamation that you are speaking about circulating online. I can't say the proclamation I was given. I have it in my hand. I thought I heard you say last question. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
See, nice.
And Commissioner, you're quite right to say that she did indicate that that was the last question for members of the media. Again, we thank the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Guevara, Deputy Commissioner of Police, Mr. Williams, Deputy Commissioner of Police, Ma'am George, Deputy Commissioner of Police, Ma'am Martin, and of course, members of the media for taking this information to the national public. We thank you. Remember, if you see something, say something, dial 999-555-800 tips. This ends our press brief for today. Have a safe and wonderful weekend. Thank you.
So I hope you all will take my invitation and join me to see my hardworking officers be commended for taking guns off the street. He take up all of the time.
What time is this?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So what we're looking at is the tail end of a live press conference with Police Commissioner Alistair Guevara. The big headline, Trinidad and Tobago is once again under a state of emergency. You will remember we were under a state of emergency in late December last year. That took us to just about April this year, and here we are back again. How we got here, just as confusing as the last time. It started with a police media release in the early hours of this morning, just after 6 o'clock. Then about an hour later came the formal declaration from the president herself, and now we're finally hearing from the police themselves. The reason there is a coordinated threat, they said, targeting officials, not necessarily of the government or members of the government, but it is an attack on the general public. So police intelligence now saying, according to the police commissioner, it's coming from inside the prison system. He's talking about smuggled phones and conversations that are happening in there, and what he called direct syndicate, a crime syndicate directing criminal activity from behind bars. And of course, the commissioner said he took that information to the National Security Council late last night. He would have spoken to the Prime Minister and other senior officials, and he said that with what he described as a heavy heart, he recommended that the president declare a state of emergency. And of course, we know now that the president acted on that recommendation early this morning. Of course, the police commissioner again describing this as a crime syndicate, a group of gangs coming together from inside and even outside the prison system with the intent to, as he said, destabilize the country. He reiterated that this is not necessarily a threat in response, this is not in response to a threat against any one individual or politician. He said the conversations are ongoing with the Minister of Homeland Security, and that law enforcement response would be better felt than spoken about. That's in response, of course, the multiple questions about a crime plan that the Minister of Homeland Security would have been asked about yesterday at post-cap. He said just about after 12:05 this morning, covert and overt operations were already underway. Raids had begun, and what he described as gang leaders from within the prison system had been extracted from where they were and moved to new facilities, although the state of emergency grants that expanded police powers. We'll remember we've been through quite a few of these states of emergencies at this point. That includes the ability to enter the premises without a warrant. But just like the last one back in December last year, there's been no curfew imposed. That, like I said, similar to last year, he said he wanted the citizens to feel comfortable to go about their business. So this is where we're looking at right now. So what else we also know, he's not saying, as opposed to in December, who the person was. If you remember that situation, the government would have come out and given a name, but there's no name this time. But he said, of course, the public should not be worried about going about your business. What we understand now is that there is also no sunset date. Now, you understand the Constitution requires that in a state of emergency, you have just about 2 weeks, give or take, to go to the Parliament to extend the state of emergency for 3 months. Again, after that 3 months, you go to the Parliament again to extend for another 3, and that by law, by the Constitution, you cannot have a state of emergency in this country for more than 6 months at a time. The last one would have lasted just 3 months, and of course, you remember the election would have been called. Dr. Rowley would have stepped down, leaving Stuart Young to take over at that point. We are now under new government, new state of emergency. If you were looking, the tone of the press conference was serious, but it was fluid. The police commissioner was laughing, talking with reporters. He was relatively calm, but he did say that it was a serious situation. Given, and he, again, let's just reiterate this, he did want the public to go go about its business as usual, saying that he does believe that there should be no inconvenience to the public. However, he did say that the inconvenience would be on the criminals themselves because they're the ones that he is going after. This is very similar rhetoric to the December state of emergency. I understand we have former police commissioner, former National Security Minister Guy Griffith on the line. Mr. Griffith, how are you doing this morning, and what do you make of all of this?
Well, good morning. Again, it is the same old. It's all based on opinion. My personal view will continue to say that a state of emergency should not be used as a crime-fighting tool. Politicians on both sides of the fence, both red and yellow, that is what they have decided to do. That is their right. My point being is that every single thing that the present commissioner has just stated could be done without a state of emergency. It involves having the strategic ability, tactics, high visibility, a deterrent, a rapid response. The 5,000 members of the Defense Force who have been confined in camp waiting for another war since 1990, they can all be out there as an aid to civil power, increase operations, everything that could be done without the proclamation by the president. The only difference is that you can kick down the doors and break into homes without a warrant, and you can arrest persons indefinitely. That's the only difference of a state of emergency. So why call it? If it is that the commissioner believes that he does not have the capability and he needs that type of oomph extra, so be it. But my point being, my biggest concern about this whole thing, the fiasco, is that why would you send a media release to the public and the criminals to make a recommendation for SOE without the government approving it? The whole thing is messy. Notice he never said he spoke to, as a commissioner of police, the first person you speak to in a situation like this is your line minister. The minister
he did say he went to the National Security Council early this morning, but I do agree with you there that the handling of it is just as messy, as I would have said in my opening, just as messy as in December, where we would have had the leak of the proclamation before everything else, and then we worked backwards from there. Here we have the police sending out a release saying that they recommended a state of emergency. After that, we had that. So I think messy all around. I understand the need for people to move quickly, but I also understand the need for protocol and calm in a situation like this, because what you would have had is breaking news situations and people, is this real? Is this fake news in this era? I think the ball was dropped there a little bit. What I do want to ask you, though, is the Homeland Security Minister would have just returned from Jamaica. We know that in that meeting he had several conversations with their Minister of National Security. They would have had several what they called mini states of emergency or limited states of emergency in particular areas. Do you think we are starting to resemble that sort of Jamaican model of handling crime through whether partial or national states of emergency?
I definitely would have recommended that. It is known as the Zone of Special Operations, ZOSO, where in Jamaica there are specific areas in the country that they pinpoint as being so volatile, with criminal elements having some degree of control, that it allows the type of powers to go into homes without a warrant, to arrest persons indefinitely, and they call it the Zone of Special Operations. That is something that can very well be looked at. But again, going back to that specific area, if we had the same type of laws as Jamaica, then exactly what is the concern here could have been done in the prisons. Going back, let me just quickly add, I listened to the words by the commissioner, unless I missed it. He said he went and met with the Prime Minister and the Attorney General. That's what he said. He went after the fact and said he did.
The Ground Report with Mickie K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Bang, 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 bang.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. But we are back. Time check, it's 10 minutes to the hour of 10 o'clock, and we will be locking off on time. Really can't take no more. Well, Lennox Smith. Well, you heard. I wouldn't lie, I'm very comfortable. I will stand firm that it was supposed to come from the government, or if it go, or however. But I was very comfortable in watching for the first time, or to me, I Andy watching for the first time.
Yeah.
Our police commissioner in a very, very serious position, and how he handled it. Yeah. He handled it.
Yeah,
He handled it well.
Yeah,
he made me feel comfortable.
He was in his element and a tremendous amount. But what I understand as well is that was a strictly police initiative. So thus the government felt that ministers that may be directly responsible and or the prime minister ought not to get involved. That is what I gather from his disclosures to us and comforting the public, because it really, as he said, has nothing to do with the public per se, but it's really targeting some criminal elements that are behind bars, and they may have some links outside of the prison system that they are liaising with. In fact, he called it, we like to call it a syndicate, but of course we will talk about mafia syndicate and we talk about criminal syndicate. Well, of course, he said there's a syndicate of criminals who have been utilizing maybe flaws in the system in order to pursue their nefarious acts. And he made it very clear it did not, of course, affect from the intelligence that they have. No politician of any kind would have been involved. However, persons, and he talked about, of course, there may be some cooperation, some facilitation by elements that are supposed to be part of the officialdom of the prison system, for example, and maybe other areas. But he did talk
he said a room. He said a room. He said a room in the cells they had rented the breaker for the outside elements.
When he went there early this morning. Has no sleep, didn't sleep at all, and there's a lot of room in the prison system for those who insist on infringing the laws of the country and wreaking havoc in the society and making the society uncomfortable.
Yes. I won't lie. I want to meet you now. I was just still thinking about he really impressed me with the way he handled his interview, I must say. And you are correct. The government keeping away from it was also to show the country that they wanted to listen to me. It come across to me like they wanted to listen to they gave the police commissioner the support and to make sure that society would not be put under any kind of constraint. And I saw the confidence in him. I saw where he wanted to really and truly deal with this crime thing. I saw a kind of unity, boy. For the first time within our service and within these kind of thing, I actually saw a kind of unity with the government, the police service, where and straightforwardness, honesty, and people that want to get dealt with, because you also mentioned big other people that's been involved in this and however.
But clearly the National Security Council would have been notified. He said that and he communicated with them and he got to the all clear since last night, maybe last night, of course, and into this morning. But what we get very, very pellucid, very conspicuous, is that it is a police exercise, a police-driven exercise based on intelligence that came in. So therefore, the government, rightfully, if they had the option to insert themselves, I suppose it was the PNM.
The government they want to insert themselves.
Credit for all of that, but they believe that it is a police exercise from what we have heard, and they therefore let the police manage this situation.
Lennox,
all they had to do, of course, was to give the okay by virtue of the prime ministerial agreement to sign off on state of emergency of any kind, whether it's permitted or otherwise. And the president would have had, of course, to sign off, as well as providing the regulation. So the office of the Attorney General would have come in that regard, and let the police, of course, do what they have to do.
But what I recognize,
the government make their press conference or have their press conferences, they will, of course, indicate exactly what I just said.
Nice. But what I also recognize is that because our constitution is draft, the convert operation in which I want to go get involved in couldn't have happened under normal circumstances, and they need it because of, you know, we call our constitutional rights. They wanted to make sure that they be able to go in, get at, make sure that these specific people in which they're targeting don't have that constitutional cover in order for them to block themselves before the TTPS deal with that situation, which is a very serious situation, which is most of the shots is calling from in the jail. The shot on me and all was called from in the jail. Most of the shots are calling from the jail with subricates, and we don't say gangs, with subricates from the outside, in which they say it was a covert operation within the prisons of those individuals and outside of the prisons of the individuals in which those people communicates with outside, which is the upholders of these crimes, whether it be kidnapping, whether it be murders, whether it be extortion or what. So they needed, that state of emergency was needed in order to give them that elasticity, as you just put, to do what it is necessary to safeguard the people of Trinidad and Tobago. What says the Lennox Smith?
Very good term there. That elasticity, I agree with you. That flexibility to act, and even if they have to match certain toes within the prison system, they can do so. And I will not be surprised, having regard to what the Commissioner of Police has said, that some elements within the prison system, the officialdom I'm talking about, may well find themselves before the courts and may well be members of the prison population, as opposed to members of the prison guard system.
Nice. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Time check. It's at 3 minutes to the hour of 10 o'clock. We will not take no calls.
Let me just say quickly that don't forget, people. Everybody is invited to our pre-budget consultation at the Queen's Park Savannah on Sunday. It's Sunday, not Saturday. Some people were inquiring as to whether it's Saturday or not. So it is on Sunday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Bring your ideas, bring your recommendations, bring what you are concerned about. Don't forget, of course, right here on George Street, 55 George Street. Those of you who are coming from Diego Martin, those who come from Mova, etc., you don't want to pay 2 passage. Well, we have a shuttle service that will shuttle between George Street and the Savannah, not too far from here, so we can take everybody, even if we have normal cars. We don't need to pay any maxi and such. We'll take our respective vehicles. We have already agreed to that, and we will take people up. So we expect quite a number of persons from this side, maybe just about 500 persons we are catering for on this side. Of course, Philip Alexander and Pep and Cop, I expect that they would, of course, bring up the rear, so to speak. But that exercise is a collective and collaborative effort among the coalition of interest elements. I'm talking about COP, I'm talking about PEP, I'm talking about LOVE, Lavatil Outreach for Vertical Enrichment. So our consultation on the budget will commence on Sunday from 10 o'clock at the grandstand, Queen's Park, Savannah, and all are invited. Come and see what is
so let me just endorse on that. So again, Sunday, please go Trinidad and Tobago. All of you that live in, whether it be Diego Martin or Lavantil and environs, whether it be Cocorite, whether it be Barataria, or however it go, you are all expected to be a part of that budget consultation at the Queen's Park, Savannah. Yes, at the Queen's Park Savannah, grandstand. Yes, grandstand. From 10 a.m. in the morning as we start time. So we look forward to seeing each and every one of you all there. Don't forget tonight is later this evening is Pagos with Lennox, with yours truly, Lennox Smith. Trinidad Tobago.
Yes. Tonight is my Sabatal, so I will be on Prince Street at of course Pagos, of course at the Flex, as the young people would say.
Nice. So Trinidad Tobago, thanks so much for locking on to us on the Gong Report. You all could have choose anywhere else to be, but you all choose right here. Until Monday morning, please God, on behalf of the Gong Report team, Lennox Smith, Michael Kerr, I'm Andy Williams, better known as the Pitbull of Radio. We are out of here.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Bang, 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 bang.